Buddy, how we doing tonight? Friday night, 26th of December. Merry Christmas. Hope you guys had an awesome Christmas and having a great holiday season right now. So great to have you guys here. Give some shout outs right now to everybody. We got a great show tonight. It's going to be fantastic. What's going on, Lisa? How you doing, Mark? Great to have you. What's going on, Becky? Great to have you guys here. Well, I'll tell you what, everyone. So just about anything that could have gone wrong today did go wrong, okay? Between and so but we're here. We are here. The show must go on. We are live. We're going to kick it. We got a great freaking show. A lot of stuff to talk about. And a lot of stuff went right, too. I shouldn't say that. But as far as why I didn't give too much advance notification about the live and why I'm just barely posting it on Instagram right now is for that as well, too. So lots of stuff to consider here. But we are live, and it is awesome, and we're going to do it. Absolutely awesome. You guys hear me okay? Everything good? Fantastic. All right, let's get this thing going. We got an awesome show. I think my mic's a little bit loud right now, but it is going to be an awesome show. A lot of stuff happening, a lot of stuff to talk about. I'll tell you that much right now, okay? So, what we're going to really focus on tonight is we are going to focus on the new national security strategy and just everything that's come out surrounding that, okay? What does it mean? What are the current actions we're taking right now? How does that fit in with what the strategy actually says? As the title says, Trump's 2025 war plan. Okay, is it a war plan? Or is it like a traditional national security strategy? There's a lot to consider here, okay? So we've got the Trump strategy, okay, that's just been released. And we're going to take a look at that. We're going to hear from Victor Davis Hanson again and John Mearsheimer, two of the kind of intellectual engines behind this, and a lot of inspiration drawn for what this national security strategy is. And then we're going to take a look at what we're actually doing on the world stage, why we're doing it, okay? A lot of chaos, a lot of madness out there. And there's so many leadership lessons in here, so many things to digest, and so many different areas that we really need to take a look at. And then we're going to look at as well the impact on U.S. soft power, okay, not just our hard power, military power, but the impact on U.S. soft power of the Epstein Files and how this is actually going to impact, impact our ability to get things done that are in this national security strategy, okay? So there is a whole lot to consider tonight, and we're going to rock and roll on this. And I know people are just trickling in, but we are going to go ahead and get this thing started right now. Again, it's so great to have you guys here, and we just have so much to talk about. But right now, I'm gonna lead this off with a poll. We're gonna get fancy right off the bat, and I'm gonna ask you guys, have you heard about the new national security strategy? Because I'm fancy now and I do polls and Q&A, have you guys heard about it? What do you know about it? And put it in the chat what you guys know about it, okay? What do you know about it? Have you heard that it's actually the America First strategy? Okay, we're gonna pull some of this up. I'm gonna pull some of it up right now, I think. Okay? Brady, hey bro, how are we doing? Hope you're having a great holiday. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it, Brady. I hope you are too, brother. Thank you so much. What's going on, Kimberly? How you doing? I hope you had a great Christmas too. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate it. I hope all you guys had a great Christmas. It's awesome to be here with you guys once more on the 26th, the day after. And fantastic. So let me see. Okay, so we're getting some answers back that a lot of you have not seen it. Got about 5 votes. Okay, 80-20. No, 1 says yes. Okay. Put your vote inside the in the poll if you haven't had a chance to vote yet. Go ahead and just tell me what, if you know much about it or not. But I'm going to go ahead and pull this thing up right now. Let's kick this off right now. I'm going to pull this up, and we're going to take a look at this national security strategy, okay? Which, by the way, I have highlighted, which is awesome. Hopefully the highlights all stay there. We're going to see in a second. All right, so here we are. We're on page 1. This is the national security strategy. Okay, where you find this is at whitehouse.gov. Let me know if you guys can see that okay. Give me a 1. Everyone hit a 1 in the chat if you can see this okay. If you can see the national security strategy. Because sometimes I'm not sure if this software will share the documents. Okay. Like I said, I'm still learning as we go, but hit a 1 in the chat if you can see the national security strategy up right now, just so I know before I start really rolling on it. I appreciate it. That will help me to build my situational awareness and know. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Brady. Appreciate that. Let me know, guys, if the rest of you can see it okay. Okay, awesome, Lisa. Perfect. We'll get this thing going. Okay. All right, so we're going to get going. It looks like most of you can see it from what I can see. And so we're going to go ahead and start going through this a little bit. And I'll try not to make it like it's a college class as much as possible. But I used to teach some of this stuff as well, too. I'm a student of national security. I've taught it in graduate level seminars as well. So we're going to go through a little bit of this and go back and forth, keep it exciting, keep it interesting, all right? And so here it is. November 2025 just came out. Recent, all right? Just scroll on down. President of the United States, his seal there. And here it is from the President DT himself, Donald Trump. My fellow Americans, over the past 9 months, we have brought our nation and the world back from the brink of catastrophe and disaster. Well, you want to know, just ask him. You want to know how great he is, just ask him. Sorry. After 4 years of weakness, extremism, and deadly failures, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to restore American strength at home and abroad and bring peace and stability to our world. I mean, it opens like a movie, right? It's pretty, pretty exciting. It's going to capture your attention, at least. At least there's that for us. No administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround in so short a time. I'm sure that's debatable, okay? But then that's not the point, is to just me be, petty, making fun of things, which is always fun, always entertaining. But that's not my point, right? My point is for us to do a little deep dive here. Okay, so he talks about how great he is and how great everything's been going so far. Okay, and some of the things are actually true, right? There has been a lot of activity, a lot of work on trying to get peace, a lot of investment, a lot of change in the Department of War, change in the government, all those things we know, okay? We attacked Iran. We're going after terrorist organizations, going after narco-terrorists, all kinds of stuff, okay? We stopped some wars as well, too. We meaning the administration, and therefore all of us with our tax dollars, all right? Let's go on to this next one. So that's the opening preamble, but what follows is a national security strategy to describe and build upon the extraordinary strides we have made. This document is a roadmap, okay? That's why we're going to cover it. This is a roadmap to ensure that America remains the greatest and most successful nation in human history and the home of freedom on earth, okay? So that's the point. You can see the president's big squiggle there, the signature. They have the table of contents here, all these things. But I want to hit on a couple big points, okay? Here's the table of contents. So what is American strategy? What do we want? Why did American strategy go astray? What do we want overall? Okay, we're going to hit on some of these things. We're going to talk about this. So one of the areas that I want, without going backwards, that I want to draw our attention to is we're going to talk about what do we want, but in terms of the regions of the world and what we're doing right now. You can see here they talk about principles, what drives us, what are the big things that we want to take away right now. Okay, and we're going to come back to that. But some of the things that I want to point out right now as we get into it is what do we want from the world? Okay? And this is going to drive a lot of what we see from this point going forward, okay, in foreign policy. It should be, at least. All right? We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable and well-governed enough to prevent and discourage mass migration to the United States. We want those governments to cooperate with us. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, okay? We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open. That's in China. They don't talk about China. It's a big difference in this doctrine this time, is we don't talk about China as the biggest threat, okay? We talk about them in terms of, being a competitor, keeping freedom in the seas, all things like that, but we'll get to that, all right? What are America's means available to do everything? And I'm hoping my highlighting has been saved, but we're going to see here in a minute. But if not, we will get to it. Okay, so some of the principles here, the strategy. President Trump's foreign policies are pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist, and principled without being idealistic, muscular without being hawkish, restrained without being dovish. So, again, not to be a smartass, but what is it then, right? And what they're trying to say is that overall, it's America first. So you can see right here, this is the strategy, America first. We're highlighting that one, okay, right there. So this is why we have, actually, this is official policy, the America first strategy, and it being America first, right? They're saying that he's, cemented his legacy as the president of peace, focused definition of national interest, peace through strength. These are the basic principles: predisposition, non-intervention. So in the Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid down a clear preference for non-interventionism in the affairs of other nations and made clear the basis: just as all human beings possess God-given equal natural rights, all nations are entitled by the laws of nature and nature's God to separate equal station with respect to one another, meaning they have the right to determine what happens in their country. So non-interventionism is what we're returning to, okay? So this is going back to some isolationism, non-interventionism, again, withdrawing a little bit from the world, sovereignty and respect. And this thing right here, balance of power, this is going to ring really well in the ears of Vladimir Putin and also Xi Jinping. Balance of power means we are following something called realpolitik, okay? Which means everything they're saying, non-interventionism. If it's not in our national interest, we don't do it. We're not trying to democratize the world. We're not trying to save the world from anybody else. The nation states are allowed to do what they think is in their best national interest. And in fact, following their best and highest national interest is the best way to have peace in the world. Okay? And why, and I want to say this for anybody who's just joining us right now, why are we covering this? Why is this important? This document's important because they're basically telling you, or they should be, okay, what is going to happen, right? What is going to happen out in the world with American foreign policy, with our military? How are we going to be using our national power to influence the world, to shape the world to our benefit, for our interests, okay? And so the better you can understand what's in there, why they've written it, what it's about, and the intellectual underpinnings, the structure, the foundation of how it was written and who contributed to it, meaning with their ideas, the better. So one of the people that's contributed to it is Victor Davis Hanson. Not directly, but it's some of his thoughts, the historical underpinnings. Another one is John Mearsheimer as well, too. We've heard from him before in the live stream, and they both have some great ideas, okay? But we need to see now are they actually going to follow some of these things that they're talking about or not, all right? And inside the national security strategy, we're going to see things as well, too, where there's a call for Europe to be strengthened again, a call for Europe to come back up to its former self, to get strong again, be economically strong, and why this is important for America and our strength, okay? So understanding where our priorities lie as the United States can also give you a heads up on where we're going to place, priority in our military involvement, our economic involvement, what countries are going to matter, what you can expect to see in vis-a-vis China, in the face of China as well too, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and play this video in a second, but before I do, just want to make sure I see everybody here. What's going on, Doc? How you doing? Great to have you. Hey, Lisa. All right, Brady. Okay, Lady Ann, how's it going? Great to have you here. Let's see. Most people have not seen much about the national security strategy. We'll get more into it in a second. That was just my kind of opening salvo. We'll talk more about it, all right? But I want you guys to let me see this, okay? As far as what you've been seeing out there, do you feel, I want you to put a 1, just put a 1 in the chat if you feel that we are following a coherent strategy right now, okay? Hey, Doc, put a 1 in the chat if you feel like we're following a coherent strategy right now. Now, mind you, we didn't have a national security strategy written. yet. This is the first one to come out this year. Okay, Trump just got inaugurated, whatever, 9 months ago, 10 months ago. Okay, and now this has just come out. So put a 1 in the chat if you feel we're following a coherent strategy right now. I want you to put a 0 in the chat if you feel there was no. There's a 2. Brady, you have your own. Put a 0 in the chat if you feel there was no strategy. We're just putting out fires, playing whack-a-mole. No, it seems like I'm chaos. Okay, put a 0 in the chat if you feel we're following really just whack-a-mole, no strategy. I just want to get an idea where we're at right now. Again, you're either putting a 1 for we're following a coherent strategy, or you put a 0 in the chat if we're not following a coherent strategy. Okay, let's see where we're at. I want to just have my understanding before I just go off and without explaining certain things. Okay, Brady says no. I got Kimberly says yes. Okay. It's hard to know sometimes. That's why I want to get a pulse from everybody and see. And again, we just wrote the national security strategy. Now, arguably, when an administration comes in the office, they're gonna come out. They're gonna have a strategy that they've been talking about in their campaign the whole time, which is a whole nother question. Okay, Doc says no. Okay, but again, guys, if you think we're following a coherent strategy, put a 1. If you think we haven't up to this point, we have not had a coherent strategy for our foreign policy, put a 0. Okay, arguably for the domestic strategy, I think they had a pretty clear strategy. They ran the campaign on it. But internationally, they talked about it in the campaign, no wars, no this, no that. And there was a mix, right? There was definitely trying to bring some peace about, definitely trying to solve the Ukraine war for sure. President Trump is trying to do that. But I think Putin surprised him in who Putin really is. I think it's not a surprise for Europe and for a lot of people. Okay, Lady Ann says 0, Doc 0. Okay. All right, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit more of this national security strategy, and then we're going to hear from Victor Davis Hanson. And I highlighted a bit of this, and I'm hoping that the highlight came through. We shall see in a minute. If not, I remember the areas that are important. Okay, so we're going to look at the regions as well. But you can see some of the things they talk about, right? Some of the principles. Principles are very important to understand. So let's just go up here. Here are the principles, okay? The principles of the strategy. These are not the core vital interests, but the principles, the underlying principles that drive it. America first, number 1, okay? Not too hawkish, not too hot, not too cold, all those things like that we said. Peace through strength. You got to be strong to have peace. Non-interventionism. Flexible realism. All right, the U.S. policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. Okay, we seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs widely from their traditions and histories. Next, primacy of nations. The world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation state. Sovereignty and respect. The United States will unapologetically protect our own sovereignty. This includes preventing erosion by transnational international organizations, attempts by foreign powers or entities to censor discourse or curtail citizens' free speech, rights, lobbying, and influence operations that seek to steer our policies or involve us in foreign conflicts, or the cynical manipulation of our immigration system to build up voting blocs loyal to foreign interests within our country, okay? It sounds like a lot of these things we've seen on the domestic front, okay, for domestic policies, but it's in the national security strategy as well, too, saying that we're going to take these actions on the foreign policy level and internally, okay, and what's important to us and why it's important. So all of these things are here. Balance of power, again, like I said, this would ring true in Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping's ears. Fairness, competence, and merit. Okay, so American prosperity and security depend on the development and promotion of competence. Competence and merit are among our greatest civilizational advantages, where the best Americans are hired, promoted, honored, and innovation and prosperity follow. Okay, Sounds like nothing new. They've been talking about this a lot. Priorities. The era of mass migration is over. A country who admits into its borders and what numbers and from where will inevitably define the future of that nation. Okay? Protection of core rights and liberties. Burden sharing and burden shifting. This is the whole thing with NATO as well, too, okay? And we're going to talk about this. The days of the United States propping up the entire world order like Atlas are over. We count among our many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that must assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. President Trump has set a new global standard with the Hague Commitment, which pledges NATO countries to spend 5% of GDP, and which our NATO allies have endorsed and must now meet. Okay, so we're going to stop this one. We're going to jump in here, okay? All right, everybody, put a 1 in the chat if you're tracking with me right now, okay? If you're tracking with me, you're getting what I'm talking about here. For you, have no idea. That's a 0. A 0, or you can just put a shocked emoji, Becky. Put a shocked emoji if you don't know. Give me a 1 right now if you guys are all tracking on this. You understand? You need anything explained, or you're tracking on this? No problem. You understand everything going on right now. Just put a 1 in the chat if you guys are following along good. Because I'm going to play a video here in a second from Victor Davis Hanson. Heather King, immigration policies need to be established again to respect and allow to legally be in country. Lots of rules. Yep, they have to work on it for sure. They got a lot of stuff to work on. Okay, thanks, Brady. Appreciate it. Got it, Becky. Lady Ann, appreciate it. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, I just want to make sure before I drive on. Doc, got it. All right, guys, again, just put a 1 in the chat if you're following along, no problem. Because some of this stuff gets a little bit deep, but we're going to roll into some videos here in a minute, and it will be awesome. All right, thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. All right, so let's check this out. I got another little video here from Victor Davis Hanson. I think is a really interesting video that talks about Europe, and it talks about why Europe is angry with Trump and what's going on in Europe, okay? It matters. It matters for all the stuff we're going to talk about with Russia, with national security strategy, all these things. So in lieu of doing a leadership profile this week, what we're doing is we're covering the national security strategy. Because all you guys that are regulars with me, you know we normally do a leadership profile. But today we're covering the national security strategy, which is really a leadership profile on President Trump and the administration. And we're going to see, how are we doing so far? Do we have a coherent strategy? How is it going to impact us for the future? All right. And we're going to talk about soft power as well, too. And we're going to cover some more about the Epstein Files in a little while later on. And just how the Epstein Files and public trust is it helping or hurting soft power? It's hurting. It's definitely hurting it. We're going to talk about how it's doing that. Okay. And we're also going to talk about Russia and what's going on with Russia, Ukraine. Some new news out there, a different perspective where Russia, actually, there's some people saying that Russia is going to close Ukraine out this year. They're going to win. And that's another reason why Ukraine wants to have peace so much. A few times past few weeks, I've shown you guys how Ukraine's actually taking the fight to Russia. All right. But there's a lot of news out there now that's saying that that's not the case. That I mean, we're gonna see that as well too. Let's check this out though, really fast. From Victor Davis.
Each administration at some point in its first or second year has a strategic strategy of what the United States economic, diplomatic, political, and military objectives will be in foreign affairs. Ours just came out, and one of the more controversial sections was simply saying that our partners, the founders of Western civilization, the Europeans, are in dire trouble. And then the authors of the strategic assessment said they face civilizational erasure. In this report, the United States attitude was not, you should have done this, you bad you, we don't like it. No, it was more, we should be brothers. We should be equal brothers. And we want to partner with you, and we want to be equals with you. But why are they angry at us? Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson. Each administration at some point in its first or second year has a strategic assessment, a strategic strategy of what the United States economic, diplomatic, political, and military objectives will be in foreign affairs. Ours just came out, and one of the more controversial sections, which I think otherwise was a pretty sound strategy, was simply saying that our partners, the founders of Western civilization, the Europeans, are in dire trouble. And then the authors of the strategic assessment said they face civilizational erasure. Well, you can see what that did to the Europeans. Nothing is more humiliating or makes a European angrier than we upstart Americans who our founders came.
All right. So let me ask you guys in the chat, why do you think he's saying, or they're saying the national security strategy, and I'll get to that section here in a second, but why would they say that the Europeans are facing civilizational erasure? You know, is it Russia? Is it mass migration, immigration, and changing the fabric of the countries there with you know, the culture changing just from masses of people with different cultures? Is it possibility of war with Russia? What is it? Or is it something else? Or is it globalism? Is it the EU? Is it them just not understanding having sovereignty in their countries? What is it, right? And this is something that made it really curious for me. And I appreciate it. Thanks, Doc. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot here. So I'm gonna open up Q&A in a second, but let's take another poll here. Why would European civilization be erased? Like, what's he talking about? When I saw this, I was like, what? Okay, is it war with, let's say, World War III? Mass migration? Mass migration, and I'll add one more. Open borders, lack of economic discipline. Let me say this. I'll just say EU globalism. And I'm just making this stuff up right here. Okay, what do you guys think? Put in the chat what you guys think. Why would European civilization be erased? World War III, mass migration, EU globalism. And we'll deep dive into this and take a look at it, okay? Because it matters. All of it matters. The national security strategy will impact you in your life. You live in this country, okay? Whether it's economic policy, it's war, it's foreign policy, domestic policy. The national security strategy has a lot to do with everything, including at home, what's important, okay? So you saw some of the lines already. So these things will impact your life, and it's the way the Trump administration is going to run things. So they say, could they deviate? Yes. But typically they try to stay pretty close. Most administrations do, all right? Hey, Jenks, what's happening, man? Migration, maybe Americans showing signs of nationalism, not globalism. Okay. Mass migration, I've got a couple votes there. Okay. Okay, got it. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and jump in here. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look inside the document, and we'll hear from Victor Davis Hanson again in a second. Doing things a little bit differently tonight. I'm going to check this out. Okay. Here we go. We're going to keep on going. We'll jump into Victor Davis Hanson again. And if you're just joining us tonight, if you're just joining us right now, guys, we are going to go over the national security strategy that just came out in November 2025. That's really just getting published now and getting a lot of attention. And we're going to see, like, you know, what does this mean for our foreign policy? What does it mean for domestic policy? All right. We're going to hear from Victor Davis Hanson, from John Mearsheimer. We're going to look at breaking news and how the U.S. is carrying out this national security strategy, and what does it mean for all of us, right? What does it mean for your life, for your pocketbook? And we're going to take a look at how does the Epstein scandal, and we talked about this on Wednesday, right, before Christmas, but how does the Epstein scandal impact our soft power and our ability to maintain American strength, right? And for all of our citizens, how does it impact it? How does it impact trust? All those things like that. So we're going to get to that in a minute. But right now we're actually looking at the national security strategy. So realignment through peace, economic security, balanced trade. And let's get down into this reindustrialization, reviving our defense industries. These are all the ways, right? Energy dominance, growing and preserving America's financial sector. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here we go. Some of my highlights. So one of the main places, right? The regions. The Western Hemisphere is number one. Now, typically in the past, China, East Asia was number one for a long time. Okay, there's such a fear of a rising China. And now this is really, the Western Hemisphere has become number one. So this is the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. After years of neglect, the United States will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and to protect our homeland and access to key geographies throughout the region. Okay, so that's number one, the first region, Western Hemisphere. Our goals for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration. And what does this mean? Military presence. Readjustment of our global military presence to address urgent threats in our hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, not in China as much. A more suitable Coast Guard Navy presence to control sea lanes, thwart illegal activity. Targeted deployments to secure the borders, defeat cartels, including where necessary, the use of lethal force. Establishing and expanding access to strategically important areas. Now, the United States will prioritize commercial diplomacy, first of all, economic power, right? And then we're going to go down here. What is the next region? Okay, Asia is coming in next. Before it was always China, East Asia. Win the economic future, prevent military confrontation, leading from a position of strength. President Trump single-handedly reversed more than 3 decades of mistaken American assumptions about China, namely that by opening our markets to China, encouraging American business to invest in China, and outsourcing our manufacturing to China, we would facilitate China's entry into the so-called rule-based international order. This did not happen, okay? China got rich and powerful, I'm reading right from the National Security Strategy, and used its wealth and power to its considerable advantage. American elites, over 4 successive administrations of both political parties, this is true, were either willing enablers of China's strategy or in denial, okay? I personally had been to China on a delegation, been to Beijing, met with think tanks, had met with some of their officials. And one of the things that they had said over and over in meetings with them, they would tell me, they would say, we're just trying to be like you. There's nothing like, we're not trying to go on world domination, all these things. We're trying to get rich and have a strong military, just like America. They said, we are following the American path. You guys were the ones who opened the economy to us, opened the world engine to us, opened the world economy. America was a rich, wealthy country. We just talked about it right there. Back in, what was it, 1979? We opened up to them, I think. 3 decades. But I believe that's when it was. And so 1979, around that time frame, we opened up to them. And so the Chinese would tell you, and whether it's disingenuous, it's real or not, I don't know. But they would say to you, we're just trying to be like you. All countries are trying to get rich and try to have strength of their military and have rich, war chest filled, right? Their treasury filled. They're all trying to get rich, have a big economy. And so when you hear that, it makes sense, right? And the fact that the United States propped them up, promoted it, and did it for a long time, well, it also, was something where the U.S. was trying to get cheap goods, and China was the country that was producing everything cheaply. And so it increased our standard of living, honestly. And so now we don't like it now that they're super big and powerful economy. Now they become a competitor, right? They're investing all that in their military and advancements, all those things. and they are rivaling us and they're challenging us. They're a regional competitor. Okay, so that's where that comes from. That's the history on that. But let's hear from Victor Davis Hanson a little bit more in 1 second. But I want to cover this one just a little bit more and get to the next region before we jump back to see old Victor Davis Hanson in there. Okay. Here we go. So Asia. Asia. Whew. That's number 2. Yeah, 1979. Chinese economy reopened to the world in 1979. What began as a relationship between a mature, wealthy economy and one of the world's poorest countries has transformed into one between near peers, even as, until very recently, America's posture remained rooted in the past assumptions. Okay? China adapted the shift in U.S. tariff policy that began in 2017, in part by strengthening its hold on supply chains. Okay, we'll talk about that more. Going forward, we will rebalance America's economic relationship with China, prioritizing reciprocity, fairness, to restore American economic independence. Okay? This is the national security strategy we're reading, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us right now, our plan is to go through the national security strategy, which was just recently released. Okay? We want to see if America's following. It's an America first strategy. We're going to talk about what that means, how it's changed from the past. And this is really, typically in these live streams, I'll do a leadership profile for the first hour or so. Well, what we're really doing is, it's a leadership profile on President Trump, more or less, in his administration, by using the national security strategy. We're going to hear from some great thinkers like John Mearsheimer, Victor Davis Hanson, who actually have inspired a lot of the things inside this national security strategy. And then we're going to hit breaking news. We're going to hit the ISIS strikes in Nigeria. We're going to hit Russia, Ukraine, of course, and crazy Putin, his stuff. All right, a lot of stuff going on there. We're also going to hit Venezuela and talk about Venezuela. And then we're going to talk about how the Epstein Files, okay, are impacting American soft power throughout the world. And not just at home, but our ability to carry out this national security strategy throughout the world, okay, and how this is being viewed across the world. On Wednesday, I talked about the start of World War III, starting from the fall of the American political elite, and how this whole Epstein scandal is really shaking our ability to win popular support and, win popular support at home in order to get done what we need to get done abroad, and how we're going to be tested by the Putins and Xis of the world, because when they see weakness at home, the wolves start to circle, the sharks start circling when they smell blood in the water. All right, that's just how it is. All right, so let's keep on going on this a little bit more, and then we're going to get back to Victor Davis Hanson in literally 30 seconds. Okay, so that's Asia. So what is Victor Davis Hanson talking about with Europe? Okay. What is he talking about? Well, he's talking about right here. Okay? Promoting European greatness. American officials have become used to thinking about European problems in terms of insufficient military spending and economic stagnation. All right? But Europe's problems are even deeper. Continental Europe has been losing share of the global GDP from 25% to 14% today over the past 30 years. All right? But this economic decline is eclipsed by the real and more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. Civilizational erasure. What's going on, Steve? Good to have you here, man. What's up, the Diamond Dog? Good to have you. Awesome, guys. Glad you made it. So, civilizational erasure is where we're at right now with Victor Davis Hanson. Why? Okay, he says this is the national security strategy, okay? The real and more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. The larger issues facing Europe include activities of the European Union. So I wanted you guys to hear this. Even though we have, number one, we have migration in our poll, right? Mass migration. The larger issues facing Europe include activities of the European Union and other transnational bodies that undermine political liberty and sovereignty. Okay, that's number one. Then migration policies that are transforming the continent and creating strife. Censorship, that's very real. It's not like here. Free speech in the UK is almost non-existent now, which is shocking for me. They don't have a First Amendment. I believe the French don't have that as well either, freedom of speech, that are transforming the continent and creating strife. Censorship of free speech, and suppressing of political opposition, cratering birth rates. I believe their birth rate now, Victor Davis Hanson will talk about it, went from 1.9 to 1.3 now. Okay. Children per family, and the loss of national identities and self-confidence. All right. Should present trends continue, the continent will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. As such, it is far from obvious whether certain European countries will have economies and military strong enough to remain reliable allies. Many of these nations are currently doubling down on the present path. We want Europe to remain European, to regain its civilizational self-confidence, and to abandon its failed focus on regulatory suffocation. Okay, so a lot of this is very important, though, for economic prosperity for the United States and for national security vis-a-vis Russia or any aggressors in Europe. Europe still has a big part to play in American strength, okay, and power and success. So, and obviously there are huge cultural ties there as well too. So let's hear from Victor Davis Hanson really fast. And before we do that, I'm gonna get in here to the chat, say what's up to some people. Okay, and our poll ended with World War III at 19%, and the rest being mass migration. Wow, humorists are censored in Europe too, LDD, Diamond Dog? That's crazy, I didn't even realize that. It's insane. But there's such a fear of the minorities, the minority groups, political groups lashing out at people. I think that's part of it. They're afraid of, smaller groups of people that will lash out or offend somebody. I don't understand. I don't understand the policies either. Okay, let's see here. All right, I'm going to open up a Q&A here as well, guys. Put whatever questions you have, throw it in here, and I'll get to these live. Okay, start a live Q&A. All right, let's go to Victor Davis Hanson here. Let's hear what he has to say on this. All right, he's back. Here we are.
Angrier than we upstart Americans, who our founders came from Europe, and many of us did as well, to be lecturing the Europeans on what they're doing wrong. So they're very angry at us. But why are they angry at us? Because the assessment outlined why Europe's in trouble. Its radical green proposals, their new Green Deal version, is much more deleterious than ours. They have ample amounts of gas in the North Sea and oil. They have.
All right, so I want to say something really fast. Who here? I want you to put this in the chat really fast. Give me a fire symbol. Everybody, give me a fire symbol if you think energy policies. Actually, no, do this, okay? Instead of fire symbol, wait. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew energy policies were holding Europe back, and put a 0 in the chat if you didn't know. Okay, I'm gonna put a 0 in the chat for myself. I did not know until I saw this video. The number one thing he mentioned, you see, like in our poll, we had mass migration, World War III, it was off the top of my head. It goes deeper. There are actually policies by the EU governing bodies and the governments there. The green policies of, it's, energy problems, energy policy problems that are causing them to restrict their economies, causing problems and resources, lots of other things. Okay, I didn't know this until I did the research for this show. As I started doing the research, I was like, wow, I didn't realize. You would think the first thing he would say would be kind of like in the poll, World War III, Russia wiping them out or something like that, or mass migration, them just, changing. Maybe that's what they meant. But he mentions the first thing are energy policies, poor energy policies. Put a 0 in the chat if you didn't know, and put a 1 in the chat if you knew that. Because I want to see who actually knew this, because I didn't know it. Yeah, me neither. I didn't know any of the Diamond Dog. I had no idea. Okay. Unsecure signal. 1, hence the pipeline. Okay. Now I know who to ask. Now I know who to ask in the chat for things like this. Lisa, me neither. Paul, I didn't know. Mark, I didn't know. Exactly. Heather, 0 green policy energy. Yep. Just some dude, 5.5. Kind of new, but not very knowledgeable. All right, that's awesome. I was a total 0 on that. That hit me sideways. It's like, damn, I didn't know. Okay, so let's hear from Victor Davis Hanson on this and what he has to say. But super interesting. Let's hear what he has to say on this one. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, guys. All right, let's get over to Victor Davis Hanson, the great sage wizard here. He knows many more things than I do. But I know a couple things. You guys know a couple things. But he probably knows a lot more about this. Let's hear what he has to say. Here we go.
Natural gas in France and other places, and yet they're on this hell-bent, if I could use that term, on wind and solar that's costly and unreliable. The result is Europe is not competitive in the world economic market, and the EU has lost its place in world GDP rankings. It's gone way down. It used to be, along with the United States, the two preeminent economic powers in the world, but it's lost its share of world GDP by a substantial margin in just 20 years. Its fertility rate is not as, ours is 1.71, 1.75. That's very worrisome. Theirs is 1.39. They are shrinking and aging. And more importantly, their borders are open. They have 45 million people coming in from the Middle East predominantly. And unlike us, they don't have a history with the melting pot. There's no fluidity in classes as we have. So it's very hard for them to acculturate, assimilate, and integrate immigrants, especially when they come in illegally and from, let's be honest, mostly from the Middle East. So you have the force multiplying of Islam. At least the people who come across the southern border legally and illegally have a shared Christian tradition. But
okay, this is a really powerful point. Again, made me really think about how much I don't know and how much I don't consider. But I think he really well articulates the problem. So why, we ask ourselves, why are they having such a problem over there in Europe? But then he just said they don't have this tradition of the melting pot where the United States, I mean, we've been born of immigrants, right? Everybody's an immigrant at some point, unless you're a Native American here, and a Native American Indian in the United States. So they were the original people here, and so there's that shared cultural assimilation, and I mean, and it's it's probably less of a melting pot today, and that's probably a little bit idealistic, but it's definitely something where we do have that. We have that acculturation, assimilation, where in Europe they don't have it as much. And so this is all pointing towards what he's talking about and why, why we have, why they have the issues they have. Okay, so it's interesting stuff. I mean, it's absolutely very, very fascinating. Let me see if I have any questions in the chat right here. Any questions in Q&A? Some of you guys are having problems in the Q&A. I'm going to look inside the chat and I'll just see. I'll see. I have some experts who could use it and other people that can't. Let's see here. Okay. The real energy report is only what the public is allowed to know about. Yeah, that's true, Paul. Okay, the Diamond Dog. France have had bad relation with Algeria and also Algeria, and they want to buy gas from Algeria and Germany. Cold shower. Yeah, for sure, the Diamond Dog. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, Phoenix, just saw this live. Was on. I'll be here lurking mostly. Okay, awesome. So glad you're here, Phoenix. It's great. Propaganda. Unlike us. Oh, that's a nice dodge. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Tell me more specifically what you're talking about. Propaganda. Let's be honest. Know that serpents and evil is the high place of power. There's a lot of that stuff happening. No doubt about it. Okay, no doubt about it. So let's see. I'm going to get a new poll. Get a new poll for everybody. Okay. Can America or can Europe recover from this? Let's just see. Can Europe recover from this? He's saying civilizational erasure. That's kind of scary, right? I mean, that's super concerning. Not just a little concerning, right? That's very concerning. All right, let's see. But I think he brought up a really great point. just talking about there's the American tradition of assimilation, acculturation, and people, the melting pot. Okay. And so even though I know we've all heard recently, how we have our differences, things like that, and it seems like it's becoming more and more pronounced. But I'll say we still have mechanisms in place where there's a place for everybody. I mean, it's in our Constitution even. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of this, freedom of that, right? And so, but in Europe, they don't have a lot of the same things, which I didn't personally fully realize until I heard how people are being censored there and all these different issues they're having. Okay. Um, Let me see. The Diamond Dog. I met a French leader in Paris. Mélenchon. I would not vote for him and don't believe in any party either. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, the Diamond Dog. I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. And guys, I'll put the Q&A up again and see if you guys can figure it out. Becky, I saw you were having a problem with it. Let's put it up in here again so we can all learn from each other. All right. There's a lot to discuss. Just ask me anything. I'll put it up there again. All right, let's hear from Victor Davis Hanson again. Hey, put a fire symbol in the chat if you guys are getting something out of this right now. If you guys are if this is resonating with you, if you're getting something out of this, put a fire symbol in the chat. Just want to make sure everybody's tracking okay. Just put a fire symbol in the chat if you guys are getting something out of this right now, this discussion. I want to make sure everyone's tracking on this and this is useful. And if it's not, we will move on. We will move on. Awesome. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Just some dude, Paul. Thank you, the Diamond Dog. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it, Lisa. Okay, cool. We will continue on. I appreciate the feedback. Yeah, you're right, Mark. They can recover with some policy changes. Thank you. Phoenix, thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. All right, let's hear from Victor Davis Hanson on this. I think there's a lot to be learned here. Unsecure signal, thank you. Appreciate it. Heather, thank you. Appreciate the feedback, everybody. Thanks, Propaganda. Super helpful with the feedback. All right. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you. All right, let's see what Victor Davis Hanson has to say here a little bit more. It's just a lot to consider. There's so much to learn on all this stuff.
Europe does not have that experience with illegal immigration, and they're disarmed. They had not been spending 2% until Donald Trump jawboned them. They say they're going to get to 5%,
Thanks,
but
Brad
if
Murray.
you
I
look at
appreciate
their
your feedback.
budgetary expenditures and incomes, it seems almost impossible. And now they're facing a Russian juggernaut that is, moving west in Ukraine toward them. And so all of this was calibrated by the United States. But here's what I think got them very angry. The United States attitude was not in this report, you should have done this, you bad you, we don't like it. No, it was more, we should be brothers. We should be equal brothers. Europe is the foundation of the West. Greece, Rome, the Pope, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, all of this majestic culture came from you, and we are an offshoot, an offspring of it, and we want to partner with you, and we want to be equals with you. So please, can you just consider stopping the censorship, opening up discussion, and maybe reassessing your energy, your military, your immigration issues and policies, and get back in the game with us in a 50-50 fashion. They got very, very angry about this. But here's what makes us angry about their anger.
All right, so check this out. He's gonna explain some things here about kind of the duality with Europe when you're dealing with them, whether it's NATO or it's the EU. So tune in on this one right here, okay? And let's check this out. And again, put a question in the Q&A section. If you have a question, I'll get to them in a minute. And you can also just write the question in the chat and I'll get to it. But it gets highlighted if you put it in the Q&A. I think it's at the top of the chat. You guys told me before. I'm not really sure because my view is a little bit different of the studio back here. I have kind of the backstage studio. But you guys can put the question in there or put a question in the chat and I will get to it. All right, let's keep going.
What makes us angry about their anger? Europe is sort of the proverbial one-eyed jack, the card that you only see one eye and you flip over and maybe there's something quite different on the other side. What do I mean by that? There are 32 NATO nations in the alliance. Outside of the United States and Canada, 30 of them are in Europe. There are 27 European Union members. The European Union members and the European NATO members are like this. They're almost the same nation, overwhelmingly in 90% of the cases, belongs to the EU and NATO. But here's the one-eyed jack metaphor. NATO members say, yes, we want to prepare ourselves against Russia. Yes, we made the 2% investment of GDP in military expenditures. Yes, we want to go to 5%. Yes, we want the United States by all costs to be our leader. You pay 16, 18% of our budget. We want to integrate more with you. And we're so happy that you're with us again. And Donald Trump is daddy. Flip the card over. Now we're talking, these same people now are not talking as NATO members in dire need of military.
Okay, so what he's saying here is that there's actually, okay, so they're two-faced, okay? They're two-faced, more or less. He's saying that the NATO members are two-faced. They have the NATO members, right? Now, so when I was a military attaché, I worked out of the embassy in Rome, Italy. I also worked out of the embassy in the Philippines, in Manila, before. And so I've got a good idea. I've been to these NATO conferences, okay? And where you very much deal with the NATO part, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Very, very powerful, very important. You deal with one part of their diplomats, their military, and on the other side, you deal with the EU, okay? So I want you guys to, put it in the chat, put a 1 if you knew that Europe was kind of two-faced like this, or put a 0 if you didn't know. Put a 1 if you knew that there were two sides to the European countries, like the NATO side you have to deal with, and then you deal with the EU side. And they're often at odds. If you knew that was like a two faces, and we're going to listen to Victor Davis Hanson some more here in a minute, but put a 1 in the chat if you knew that, Europe had two sides to it. The NATO side and the European side for each country, or the EU side and the NATO side. And put a 0 in the chat if you didn't know that. Okay, I'm a 0 on that one. I should say I'm a 1. I'm a 1. I knew that because I actually worked there. Okay, got it. You knew it. Okay, Crusader. Steve, you knew it. Awesome. I was not in Italy in 2017. I left in 2013. Yeah, they're absolutely two-faced, very Byzantine. Yeah, propaganda. We got some smart people in the chat. I will tell you, the chat we have here is pretty sharp. Okay, just some dude, but I think the UN changed priorities to focus on AI and data centers, which Trump, yep, I agree with you, especially in the Middle East. It's in the national security strategy. He talks about that. Kind of chicken and egg situation, though. Yeah, I think you're right, just some dude. Unsecure signal, CFR, okay. Lisa, 1. Propaganda, 1. Mark S. Retired, 1. We got some smart cats here. I like it. I see the like button getting hit. Heck yeah, hit that thing. I appreciate you guys. Phoenix, 0. Okay, I would say some of this I didn't realize it's as complex as it is. I had an idea from it, but now hearing Victor Davis Hanson again now, I'm just like, wow, okay, I get it. Heather, awesome. Crusader Survivor, I'm Canadian, therefore know that Canada and Europe are very two-faced. Interesting, very interesting. I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing it. Awesome. Okay, let's keep on rolling. Let's keep rolling. I appreciate you guys being here. And then once more, if you're just joining us right now, what we're doing is we're going over the national security strategy, which was just released a few weeks ago. Okay, President Trump's Trump administration national security strategy, which was actually the writing of it was overseen by the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Okay, And this really lays out a different strategy for the United States than previously. We placed China as our number one adversary, our number one threat. But today, the main focus is on the Western Hemisphere. It's the old Monroe Doctrine from 1823, but they're calling it the Trump Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, so it's like updated for the modern era and how we can have no one else be dominant in the Western Hemisphere except for us. And yet, at the same time, we can't allow anyone else to be the most dominant figure in any other region in the world. Does that make sense? So, balance of power, non-interventionist, all these things we talked about before. I'm giving a snapshot for anyone just arrived. And then what we're going to do is, after we take a look at this national security strategy, we assess it. We hear from Victor Davis Hanson. We hear from John Mearsheimer. These are, two great thinkers in geopolitics, national security strategy. We're going to also then take a look at the breaking news in Venezuela, the ISIS strikes in Nigeria. We're going to go Russia, Ukraine. Okay, we're going to take a look at also what's going on with the Epstein Files and how the Epstein Files actually impact our ability to carry out this national security strategy when we have weaker support at home, the ability to win popular support and trust and credibility at home with the people, which is where you derive your political power, from the people, okay? And obviously you could go the other way as a dictator. Chairman Mao Zedong said, find political power at the end of a barrel of a gun, all right? But that's not what we do. Yes, that still has political power, but the leadership in our country, in the United States, derives political power from the people. But if the people don't believe in you anymore, polls are dropping, they don't believe in you anymore, you can't get support to do military action. You can't get support to pass certain policies, right? Congress will block you if their constituents don't believe. That's why the Epstein Files matters. That's why on Wednesday, if you haven't seen my Wednesday live stream, you got to go check it out. That's why on Wednesday, okay, we covered why the Epstein Files, okay, lead to the decline in having America in turmoil, which lead to the decline and fall of the American political elite, which will be the beginning of World War III. So if you haven't seen Wednesday's live stream, you got to watch that. All right, we're going to talk about some of that tonight as well too. Okay. Before I go back to Victor Davis Hanson, I'm going to answer these questions. Let's see, Paul. Let's see what you got, brother. Let me see what you got here. Why is he begging EU for what? So I think what he was saying, he was saying the EU has created these energy policies and these mass migration policies, but a lot of it's energy policy and security policy and open borders, things like that actually is playing against it. I think he's begging, I don't know if he's begging, but he was saying the EU needs to change some of these policies because it's actually strategically holding it back. While NATO will say, yes, we want to spend, because the NATO hat, when they put that on, yes, we want to spend the money. Yes, we're all behind the United States and we want to be strong as NATO. Then they're like, oh, wait a second. Let's talk about how we're going to pay that money. Energy, let's put the EU hat on. NATO wants to do it, but we can't do it. Okay, so there's real conflict there. That's what I'm saying, the two-faced. That's what Victor Davis Hanson is saying, okay? Let me know, Paul, give me a fire symbol if that answers your question, brother. I want to make sure I'm hitting that thing. Let me see. Next, unsecure signal. Okay. I'm going to select this question. Ben, if you had to pick one thing the mainstream media has completely lied about in the past 5 years, and you had to bet your entire career on being true, what would it be and why? The mainstream media, I don't know, but I do think the Epstein whole thing, I would say if we include that in just the government, I think it's the Epstein Files for sure. Mainstream media, what have they lied about? Man, that's a good question. It's a good question on secure signal. I try a lot to look at, for me personally, I think my lens is what is the government lying about? Okay. That's more my lens, but the mainstream media, what would I say? I think they manipulate the hell out of things all the time. I think you guys know that. You know that. I think it just depends. Because a lot of the times they can create a story around anything and say, what did they do with President Trump, for example? The Russiagate, all these different things. I mean, they just were going after him and attacking. That's why I always said for the Epstein Files, we wouldn't find a smoking gun on President Trump. I didn't think we would, okay? And obviously now I might be wrong, okay? I might be wrong. But I still don't think he's been accused of a crime or anything like that. But he had to know more than the public thought he knew, Okay. I still, as of right now, I still haven't heard him being accused of anything like that. But I do think the mainstream media lied about a lot of things for him not to be elected. I think if they heard something and it kind of could have been true, they're like, we're just reporting it. And if they keep saying it, and we talked about this in this live stream before, it was what Goebbels who said this, right? Hitler's right-hand man. And then Hitler said it as well. If you say a lie loud enough, long enough, loud enough and long enough, and you just say it over and over again, people eventually start to take it as a truth. And they don't ask for the evidence anymore. Okay, so I think that's what the media can do if we are not careful. And it's on us. Make no mistake, they want clicks, they want ads, they want your attention, they want you to keep CNN running, they want you to keep Fox running, they want you to keep everything running. So why do channels like this matter, and why do people turn to YouTube channels like this? Because, we're kind of normal people, right? We're all looking at this stuff together, we discuss it together, we can learn from each other. If I say something that maybe you guys don't agree with, you can say, I don't know, Ben, about that, and I'll think about it, right? So we're actually having like a little town hall discussion here, as opposed to them just saying things over and over again because their hierarchy, their higher ups in the mainstream media tell them this is the story, this is the storyline we're going with, when it could be politically motivated for a certain candidate. Like, what if that's not really even true, boss? Just run it. That's what we think. That's what we're pushing. Go, go. Why? And so that's what I think more broadly. I hope that answers your question, but I would say probably that's one of them, one of the main things that they had talked about. That the Russiagate sticks in my mind. What else was out there? Oh, I think that's probably the one that pops in my mind first of all, when I don't think there was anything there, but I could be wrong. The biggest thing I look at always is if the government's trying to cover things up, and that's where I jump in on the UFOs, Epstein, all the stuff like that. Okay. I mean, obviously the original pretext to invade Iraq with weapons of mass destruction. I can still remember being on missions with my guys. You'd hear something come over the radio, right? You'd hear someone go, I found the WMD. And you hear somebody like, hey, shut up, you can't, just cut it out. Be professional. But, that was an early on joke in Iraq. People would be like, we found the WMD. And so, obviously, come to find out that there's nothing like that going on. So, I mean, they used to have it before, but I guess it was gone for a long time. So hopefully that answers the question. Hey, give me a fire symbol if that answers your question, unsecure signal. I appreciate you asking it. Let's see. Paul, why did we break away from England originally? Oh, you mean like in the Revolutionary War? Taxation without representation. That was the whole thing, right? Tyranny, taxation without representation, quartering of troops. And this is a great time to be looking at it because when General George led the assault across the friggin' Potomac River, which is not far from me here, and it is cold, all right? My favorite imitation of this is Shane Gillis, the comedian. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen Shane Gillis do the imitation of General George Washington crossing the Potomac to attack on Christmas Eve, attacking the German mercenaries across the Potomac, across the icy waters of the Potomac in a rowboat raid. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen Shane Gillis imitate General George. When he says George Washington was a 6'4" guy with wooden teeth with a sword going, "Arr!" They said, yeah, that's it, LDD, that's it, the Diamond Dog. Yeah, we're going across the river. They're all like, oh, okay. He said the 6'4" guy, when everybody else back then was like 5'5", had red hair and wooden teeth and was a psychopath basically, and went and was killing the Germans with a sword, and they just all kind of followed behind him. So there you have it, the birth of a country, right? But Paul, to my best understanding, and I am not, the greatest historian, taxation without representation, Boston Tea Party, right? Dumping the tea in the Boston Harbor, but then also quartering of troops. That means quartering of troops meant they would, go in with British troops into your home and kick you out and take your house over. Or you could stay there, but you had to cook for them, you had to do stuff for them. Crazy stuff. Imagine if like all of a sudden a bunch of American soldiers came in your house and they're like, yeah, well, we're staying at your place tonight. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, we're staying here. You're going to cook for us, take care of us. And these are the orders, right? So that's another reason why too. Exactly, Doc. Yeah. All right, let's get to this next question and then we'll get on with this. Becky, your question's here, Becky. You did it. You have solved the matrix. You've solved out the riddle. Did my question show up in the right place? Did I figure this out? You did. Everyone, round of applause for Becky. Put it in the chat, please. She did it. Everyone in the chat right now, put the round of applause. Give her high fives, give her clapping, all the stuff. She figured it out. I think it's amazing. Steve says his teeth were ivory. Mount Vernon is not far from here, and I think they said it was wood. But you might be right. Steve, you might be right. Okay, I don't know. I've been over there, and just because I've been over there doesn't mean I actually know, but I can remember them saying in the little tour his teeth were wooden, but he might have had two sets. You know, who knows? Ivory would be much cooler, much better for a president. All right, let's drive it on. Let's hear from Victor Davis Hanson. Let's get on with the party. Great job. Everyone's so proud of you. Just some dudes coming in there, Steve. Good job, Becky. All right, let's hear a little more from Victor Davis Hanson on this. And here we go. Okay. We can all learn something together tonight. And if you're just joining us, stay tuned. We've got national security strategy first. We're going to hear from Victor Davis Hanson. We're going to hear from John Mearsheimer. And then we're going to drive on and hit breaking news. The ISIS strikes in Nigeria. We're going to hit Russia, Ukraine. We're going to talk about the latest in Venezuela, what's happening. Even, I don't know if you guys heard this or not. Okay, put it in the chat if you heard this. Give me a one. Hit a one in the chat if you heard this, that Iran has seized a U.S. oil tanker. I hope this isn't fake news that I'm pushing off here, but put a one in the chat if you heard that Iran has seized a U.S. oil tanker. They're getting in the mix, okay? You knew eventually they're going to do something. Somebody's going to do something, but that has happened. We're going to talk about that. And then we're going to talk about the impact of the Epstein Files on American soft power. All right, and what does that mean? Okay, guys? So, and as always, put your questions in the chat. We'll get to them. I want to be as interactive with you guys as possible. Highly interactive. Again, we're trying to make sense of the chaos. The whole purpose of this channel is to upgrade your life, upgrade my life, for us to learn and grow together so we can deal with the chaos. We understand what's going on in the world, what's going on in our lives, what's going on in our own personal context in our local area, so that we can build the best life possible. And on Sundays, we're actually going to be doing that, talking about success strategies, you know, mindset, how to build an unstoppable mindset, how to have a plan and execute and to win more and more and more. All right. So today we're looking at the chaos. We're going to have a good time looking at it, understanding what's going on and how we can deal with the chaos and the madness around us. When you understand it, you can deal with it and form a plan for it, okay? And how to navigate your own life. And then Sunday, we're going to crush the strategy and the mindset. All right. Awesome. I get zero, a lot of zeros. I hear you. That's how I was today, guys. I did not know it either. I was zero as well. All right. I think this is our new thing. If you know, it's a one. If you don't, it's a zero. Awesome, guys. I appreciate your support. Thanks for keeping the chat going. We got a strong chat tonight. Fantastic. All right, here we go. Let's hear Victor Davis Hanson a little bit more about what is going on with Europe and the national security strategy and why Europe is mad at us.
Donald Trump is daddy. Flip the card over. Now we're talking, these same people now are not talking as NATO members in dire need of military assistance from the strongest military power in the history of civilization. They're talking as EU, globalists, and utopians. Don't lecture us. We can censor X. We can censor Facebook. We don't have a First Amendment. We don't allow unfettered speech like you do. We don't have a Second Amendment like your rowdy cowboyism back there. Oh, by the way, we're much stronger on DEI even than you are. And as Miss Merkel once said, Chancellor of Germany, yes, we can do it. We can integrate millions of people who are from the Islamic world into our cultures. Don't lecture us about that. And oh, yes, we will rearm in our own fashion. And as far as our foreign policy, we don't understand you people. We feel that Israel is a settler colonial power, which it isn't, and we side with Hamas or Hezbollah, or we have a very different attitude about Iran. We have peaceful solutions. We are not Neanderthal. So how are we Americans supposed to deal with Europe when we see this morbidity? And we see it because it's here in the United States. So all this report was basically saying, if you look at the subtext, We have a problem with fertility. We have a problem with immigration. We have a problem with green tyranny. We have a problem with DEI. We have a problem with pacifism. But unlike you, we didn't say this, but we're dealing with it. We have a counter-revolution. All we're asking of you is to consider the voices of dissent in your own continent. Maybe they're on the right track. Maybe, like us, they have discovered that this system is toxic, that both us in America and you in Europe have experimented with it. We're both Westerners, and let's stop this.
Okay. So we see a lot of stuff going on there. He gives a great explanation for, okay, at least the part of the national security strategy and where we talked about why is Europe so important right now and why we have a refocusing on Europe to bring back Europe to its former greatness, former strength. And I'll say this, anytime you have a weakened region like Europe, and you remember in the last live stream I talked about a rising Germany. This is a concern, a major concern for a lot of people, but for Russia, they're concerned. And guess what? When Russia's concerned, as violent and aggressive and strong as they are, what do you think they're going to do? And do you think the Germans are just going to sit down and do nothing? Well, that's not what they're doing. Okay. So when you have the rest of Europe in shambles, and I will tell you this, I will tell you when I was working in Italy as a diplomat, I had heard this before from other Europeans. Okay. And you know, bear with me. I don't want to offend anybody, but the other Europeans and Germans I had met had said, you know, well, we finally control Europe. We finally got what the vision was. And guess whose vision they were talking about? Yeah, that's whose vision they were talking about, okay? Because when Germany had control of all the purse strings of Europe's finances, this was their way of controlling and dominating Europe and having conquest over Europe without doing what they did in 1939, okay? And so once more, you don't think right now in the back rooms of Germany, they're not talking about, once more, we have to save the day. Russia is coming. Europe is weak. Everyone's weak and they're confused and they're too nice and they're too they're naive. You don't think that that's what they're thinking? I might have, Doc. I might have. But you don't think some of that's happening? Hey, Cedric, what's happening, brother? Great to have you, man. Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, I went live on Wednesday. I did not go live yesterday. So just got a little later start today, Cedric. But great to have you here, brother. Glad you're here, Cedric. But guys, what I'm saying is that here's the thing. If the point with this strategy to me is that if Europe isn't strong, okay, or stronger, we don't need them to be, you know, like crazy, right? But stronger economically, energy-wise, militarily, they stand up for themselves. It's a deterrent when they are strong to Russia, okay? And, you know, stronger countries are tolerant. Remember that. Weaker countries that have, when they're weak economically, they are not tolerant. Okay, I've heard this before. When you're strong, you can be tolerant. When they are strong momentarily, but weak underneath, weak in their economies, weak in their energy, and they need something, they may act erratically or violently or aggressively on the international stage, So we are generally in the world, countries are tolerant when they're strong. Okay? When they have everything they need, why do they need to attack? Right? Why did Russia attack? They attacked because they were afraid. They were afraid. They were being bullied, pushed around. They kept warning NATO, kept warning the United States, warning Europe. And finally, we all say Putin's crazy, but we talked about this, okay? It was really out of fear that they were going to be, something's going to happen, okay? If they were so strong, they probably wouldn't have worried about it. But they were worried that, well, if NATO's on our doorstep, this could mean the next thing is the erasure of us, of Russia. Okay? Lots of ways to argue this. I know there are other opinions on it. I'm just giving you an example. All right? But I'm telling you that the backlash to overall weakness is a hard swing to the right. Okay? You see in American politics all the time. We go from one way Then we go to the other way. We go to one way, then we go to the other way. We go, we'll go, here's center. We'll go left, and we'll stay here for a little bit. And then everyone's like, no, we'll go here. We're going to stay here for a bit, and we're going to go there. If we could just kind of go right around in here, a little here, a little there, kind of do what's best for the country, then that would be good, right? But instead, this is what you see. Big swings, you're going to see it in Europe again. And it's going to be led by Germany. That's my opinion. Because, and probably France I'm sure will step up. I'm sure the UK will as well. But it's hard when internally you can't get your people to mobilize and to support your decisions, because the demographics and the culture has changed. It's like they said in the national security strategy, that if you can't get them to vote on things and support you anymore for what are your traditional strategies and traditional laws and traditional policies, then they want something else. Well, those are now the people. Now those are the people. And you didn't assimilate them. You didn't acculturate them. You didn't make them, German or French. You didn't make them American, which is less of a problem here in the United States, right? Because, again, we have the systems and structures in place that we're a melting pot. So we're used to this. So there's a way for us to do it. And we have checks and balances, and, we have a good portion of the country that believes in that still. And as they should, as we're all Americans. You become an American citizen, that's the number one thing, as it should be. Okay, so a lot of stuff happening right there. Let me know any questions you have. don't want to offend, but my goodness, we've been carrying the defensive weight for a very long time. Yep, Doc, I hear you. Cedric, if only Europe could make more sense and behave in a way concurrent with every player on board, I don't think we should provoke Russia. I mean, yeah, let's not have a war with Russia. That'd be a good thing, Cedric, for sure. Crusader, meanwhile, Russia sees easy pickings, 100%. Ukraine is their Vietnam. Yeah, they could give it up and just easily gobble up Europe instead. I mean, you're right about that. They could just bypass, probably hit Poland. And I know Poland is stronger now. Poland is definitely stronger, definitely more advanced. But they wouldn't stand a chance long term over Russia, right? Just the industrial base and the manpower in Russia, and the taxable base, and then the number of men coming of military age every year is I think it's 1.6 million in Russia, and they've mobilized that to where they have reserves and things like that. Poland couldn't withstand a war of attrition for very long, just like I think Ukraine would be in big trouble if they weren't getting Western support. However, Poland is backed up by NATO. So you're going to war with everybody if you go to war with Poland. Okay, let's see here. Atlas shrugged eventually, just saying, yep, Doc. I think Macron is one of the worst European leaders provoking Putin. The Diamond Dog, I think you're right about that. I've heard that before, too. I think you're right. Cedric, Ben, how do you expect leaders checking in and out, right and left, for 4-year terms, and then being selfish like they are, and then you might have someone like a Putin? You're right. No, you're right. It's hard. It's hard. How do you get things done? So there's this very real effect in American politics, okay? This is a great question, Cedric. You're a smart cat, brother. No doubt. Very observant. There's a thing about American politics where almost like a chairman of the board or like a CEO of a publicly traded company, they need to show results to shareholders, American citizens, people who voted them in, as soon as possible, okay? Xi Jinping, Putin, they can play the long game, long strategy. They'll have a fake election right every now and then and win. I don't even know if she does it anymore as an election, but they can play the long game, and they can be there for a long time and work on long policies and know they're going to have support, and they can grind away. They can use deception. They can use strategic deception for a long time to fool another country. The United States, this is why you see the first year, President Trump, causing peace, sending bombs, sending missiles, doing tariffs, coming out all guns blazing, right? Because, the 4-year election cycle, you're right. You have to show results right away. Now, Trump is not going to get elected again. I don't care what they say about a third term, not going to happen. But if he doesn't do well, then if he can't be a lame duck, even though some people are saying lame duck, he's not going to be a lame duck. He's not that type of guy. And they also have a vision that, here it is. And maybe you guys haven't heard this, maybe you have. The succession plan right now, and I'm going to ask you guys, put a 1 in the chat if you know about the Republican succession plan, and put a 0 in the chat if you don't know about this. Put a 1 in the chat if you know about the Republican succession plan, who it's supposed to be over the next few years, next like 12 years, 12 to 24 years, okay? And put a 0 in the chat if you don't, all right? But you're very right about that, Cedric, okay? Let's see here. Crusader, I have some family in Siberia, Russia. All of them have enlisted the Ukrainian, European. Wow, they all enlisted for that. Whoa, hope they're okay. Wow. Thanks for sharing that, Crusader. Interesting, interesting. That's wild. Small world. It's amazing how we're all here together, you know? Okay, so let's talk about this. A lot of people don't know about this. All right. So here's the Republican succession plan. You know? We could, Cedric. We could go back to it, but I think this is the plan. Trump needs to do very well to keep the base happy. And then the first thing is JD Vance is supposed to run for president, right? This is what has been said by a few big elite power players in the Republican Party. Actually, Charlie Kirk was supposed to be the vice presidential nominee. Okay? Charlie Kirk was supposed to be the vice presidential nominee for JD Vance. And after 8 years of Vance and Kirk, all right, 8 years of Vance and Kirk, then it was going to be Kirk as president, Charlie Kirk, and then, okay, Charlie Kirk with Don Jr., okay, Donald Trump Jr. And then Donald Trump Jr. becomes president with unknown vice president for him. That is the plan of succession that they had laid out, that they were grooming these people for, okay? So you could say in one case, on one side of it, you could say, well, the Republican Party is not even letting their Republican base vote for who should be. That's who's going to get the resources. Those power players are who's getting the resource. Obviously, JD Vance. Charlie Kirk, you know, I didn't really know much about him before all this happened, but he was the next guy in line. And Don Jr., obviously, you know, he's in the spotlight all the time. So that's good. Be careful. Crusader, I don't know where you are, but be careful. We don't want anything to happen to you. FSB, you're right. Yeah, Lady Ann, I just heard this the other day while I was doing research for the show, and saw something that I haven't seen anything confirmed on it, I wouldn't say, but it was a Republican elite commenting on it, saying that someone that's high up in the party. And it seems to make sense, right? Yeah, pretty much a big dynasty of the Trump family as well. Yeah, I mean, like the Bush, right? We had, you know, Bush the first, Bush the second. Okay, yeah, not shocked. Yeah, probably. Trump was a Democrat before. You're right, Lady Ann. He was. Yeah. It's very interesting. Very interesting stuff. So, but I mean, of course, we have to say the Democrats have a vote in this too. And then a lot of people are saying that a third party is going to come about. Okay, and Elon Musk is one of the people saying he might start a third party. We shall see. Who knows? All right. Oh, you heard that too. Okay, got it, Lady Ann. Thanks. Okay, let's drive on here. I'm going to watch another video from one of the guys who I featured the other day, John Mearsheimer. Has a great video with a lot to say here. I think you guys are going to get a lot out of this. Otherwise, I would not have it on here. Obviously. If I can find this. Actually, before we do this, I want to play this video. This is really good. This is one of my leads that I was going to put in, but I ended up putting it in later in the video today in the live stream. All right, listen to this.
But at least both sides knew the rules of the game.
Here we go.
The West. In this chaotic, why China and Russia don't fear the West. In this chaotic and dangerous world, liberal democracies are struggling to intimidate autocratic rivals. Russian drones have been shot down in NATO airspace.
It is dangerous and unacceptable.
While China has been bullying America's allies in the Pacific. These actions are meant to test the West and ideally divide America from its allies. Russia and China seem willing to take ever larger risks, so now Western democracies are sprinting to dust off and update Cold War doctrines of deterrence. The original Cold War between the West and the communist bloc was terrifying, but at least both sides knew the rules of the game. When one country behaved in threatening ways, the opposing camp usually understood the signal being sent, so they could decide whether to escalate or back down. It was dangerous, and there were some very close calls.
I have directed the armed forces to prepare for any eventuality.
But it never tipped into nuclear war. Today, nobody agrees on the rules of the game, and that makes managing risk far more complex.
So what I want to say, are we contributing to this? Are we contributing with this national security strategy? Again, I'm going to go into it. I'm going to go click on this, okay? And if you're just joining us, we're talking about the national security strategy that's just come out a few weeks ago, all right, for 2025 for the Trump administration. And we're going to cover breaking news on the ISIS strikes in Nigeria, Russia, Ukraine, Venezuela, Epstein Files, and how that impacts all this together, okay? There's the through line is that it's all connected, all right? But are we contributing to people not knowing the rules of the game? Because look, we used to have a rules-based international order, okay? We used to have that. But if you look, now China has fallen down to second, right? Number one is Western Hemisphere. But beyond that, let's look at the principles that are driving this. The United States is still the most powerful country in the world. I've heard this before many times, and the U.S. has to lead, okay? So, and obviously economic power is the most important thing. Economic power, economic prosperity is the most important for everybody, because then you don't go to war. You can compete economically. It's a very important thing. But you have to have strength. And let me just say this now, okay? Look at the principles. We're going to the principles right now in this document. The regions. We're going up from the regions into the principles. And let me show you what the principles are. And I want to tell you, when you say stuff like this, coming right up here in a second, stay on target. Hold on, we're too close. Stay on target. If you know what that's from, put in the chat. Stay on target. Okay? When you say stuff like this, non-interventionism, what do you think Putin thinks? Does he go, huh? Non-interventionism, huh? So you mean I can invade Crimea and you're not going to do anything? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Let me tell you what happened. There's a hot mic incident. Putin and President Obama had a little discussion. This is well known. All right. I might be getting the facts wrong, but I'm going to tell you like how I remember it and how I heard it. Putin hinted about something. Never direct on the nose, telling Obama what he's going to do, but about national sovereignty, you know, about non-interventionism, about, you know, the right to decide, sovereignty for ourselves, and not interfering in other people's affairs. And when Obama basically said, yeah, we won't interfere, let's not interfere in each other's affairs, Putin said, okay, cool. Not interfere in our affairs? You mean you're not going to do anything if I go down to Crimea and just take it? That's exactly what he thought. He said he's not going to do anything, okay? Because at the end of the day, the top leader for each country does drive a lot of what happens in the international world and foreign policy for that country. And if they telegraph it the wrong way, it could lead to someone doing something that you can't stop anymore, okay? So, you know, sometimes when Trump says, if I were in office, Ukraine wouldn't happen, I think he's probably right. I think if you're in office, I don't think Crimea would have happened either, okay? Or maybe he wouldn't have been misunderstood with his words. Because you hear him every now and then says, we'll bomb the hell out of them. You know, and then he has to back it up though. If you say that, you better have shown that you're willing to do that, okay? So there's a lot to talk about here, guys. And are we the ones making it unclear? Unclear. That's like if you, okay, you got kids, right? Your kids are like, hey, can we go out and we can stay out till 4 a.m? And you're like, well, just don't make any problems for me. Don't make any problems. Like, don't make any problems for me. You better not do anything stupid. Okay, didn't say couldn't go out to 4 a.m. You need to be clear and specific, right? When you're a leader, not just with kids, but you're a leader. That's why I talk about in leadership, you need to define the task to be done, the purpose it's done for, and the standard to which you want it done. Communication's on you. And message sent does not mean message received. Now, if President Obama grabbed him, turned around and said, but wait a second, let me be very clear. If you fucking invade Crimea, I'm going to come there and stomp you. We will interdict you. And we will bomb the shit out of you. If he would have said that, you think Putin would have thought twice? Yeah, I think so. Okay? I think so. I think so. Because then why? Why would you gamble that? Why would you gamble? Or if he said, yeah, we're going to tip off Ukraine and we're going to give them all the weapons they can to fight the hell out of you. Do you think he would have done it? He would have maybe hesitated a little bit. I think he would have hesitated. That's why you got to be very clear. Okay? And so but are we? Put a 1 in the chat if you think we are contributing to the rest of the world not understanding what the rules of the game are anymore. Have we contributed this? And I'm not saying the Trump administration. I'm saying, this has probably been going on now for a little while. Maybe, I don't know, since Crimea, right? People don't understand anymore. Is the U.S. leading or not leading? Are they interventionists or not? Are they forward postured and forward deployed? Okay. One of the things at MARSOC we used to say is always forward, always deployed, right? Marine Corps, always forward deployed, right? Always forward, always faithful. That was the MARSOC, right? We're always forward, always faithful. Same thing with the Marine Corps, right? Always forward deployed. But if the United States doesn't care anymore, non-interventionism, it's in our official document. What can we expect to see from other countries? It's a free-for-all. Why not? Now, I want to say this. It does say this in here, but it's down at the end. Who's reading to the end? Okay? They're not. They're going to read in the Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid down a clear preference for non-interventionism in the affairs of other nations. Boom, stop. It justifies what we're going to do. Do it. They're not going to read down to sentence 4. For a country whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours, the United States, rigid adherence to non-interventionism is not possible. Do you think, I was an okay student, not always. I did pretty well in graduate school, but I'm still, still like any other guy. I don't want to read the whole damn thing. I'm going to miss that sentence. And I'm going to cause some problem that might make a big war happen. I'm not reading for a country whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours. Rigid adherence to non-interventionism is not possible. Yet this predisposition should set a high bar. For what constitutes a justified intervention. If you read that paragraph, you're good. I say, hell yeah, invade. Hell yeah, do what you want. Bomb them, shoot them, invade, take the territory, do what you want. U.S. is doing nothing, nada. They're not doing anything. We know what the rules are, okay? Just like the video said. Okay, the next thing, primacy of nations. Yes, okay. Actually, the next one, sovereignty and respect. Okay? This is about the Americans, United States unapologetically protect our own sovereignty, and we respect the rights of others. Balance of power. Okay, the United States cannot allow any nation to become so dominant that it can threaten our interests. We will work with allies, partners to maintain global and regional balance of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries. Okay, but this doesn't say, listen, this is very, very important, guys. Very important right now, okay? Super important. Everybody, give me a fire symbol in the chat if you're sticking with me. If you're following what I'm saying, give me a fire symbol in the chat, okay? Give me a fire symbol in the chat if you're following this right now, because I'm going to drop a bomb right now, okay? This one is crucial for why people don't understand in the international space among countries, okay? Give me a fire symbol in the chat if you're following this right now and you're ready to hit this bomb I'm about to drop on you, all right? All right, awesome, Doc. I see it. Awesome. All right, check it out. Here we go. Awesome. Awesome. Got it. Flame. Thanks, Crusader. You couldn't find it. I couldn't find it before either. I've gotten better. All right, here we go. I think you're right, Cedric. Cedric, I'm going to get to your question in a second. All right, I appreciate you guys. The fire symbol. Ready? Here we go. So, this is important. As the United States rejects the ill-fated concept of global domination for itself, okay, I'm going to stop the share here. And I'm going to read it to you guys so you can see me. Because I'm feeling very animated about this. Balance of power, sovereignty and respect. Non-interventionism is the first paragraph. Then sovereignty and respect. Then balance of power. This is all playing the cards Putin wants to hear. And Xi. Okay? I'm just telling you. And I'm not saying we're colluding with Putin or Xi. Not saying that. I'm saying this is realpolitik. This is also showing President Trump is very pragmatic. Okay? He's a realist, all right? He will intervene if he needs to, but what he's saying is that we're not going to get involved in every single thing. We're very focused on specific things. You come in the Western Hemisphere, we're going to slam you, He's proving that. Okay? He's putting his money where his mouth is. So let's just be very clear. I'm not saying we're in collusion with Russia. No. But this is music to Putin's ears and to Xi's ears. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay? Tell me if I'm wrong. But this is what they say. The United States rejects the ill-fated concept of global domination for itself. We must prevent the global and, in some cases, even regional domination of others. This does not mean wasting blood and treasure to curtail the influence of all the world's great and middle powers. I'm going to say it again. This does not mean wasting blood and treasure to curtail the influence of all the world's great and middle powers. Okay? Now, John Mearsheimer, who we're going to hear from in a second, or after this other video, after this first video, he wrote this book, okay, that talks about offensive realism. And he basically says that in the international arena, in foreign policy, countries must maximize their power. Therefore, there will always be conflict. It's the tragedy of great powers, right? It's a book he wrote. And this is what it states. So if you want to understand what's going on and why it's going to affect you, and some people would say, well, why do I care? I care about this. You're going to freaking care if we go to war and it's a big ass war. Everything will be scarce. It'll be more expensive. You're going to watch people you know getting shipped away to major war, okay? And honestly, yes, I was in war, all this stuff like that. A lot of you guys were, I know, watching too. But I'm going to tell you, it's a whole other ball game if you're fighting Russia in a conventional warfare than doing counterterrorism or doing, stuff here and there, right? I was happy to serve in the way I served. I'm glad I wasn't in Iwo Jima. I'm glad I was not in the Pacific Theater in World War II. I mean, part of me wishes I was because it's legendary, but a lot of those guys died. Crazy stuff, right? So if you start seeing Americans getting shipped back in boxes, you're going to care. So when you understand what's going on, you can use your vote, use your voice, okay? You can influence the decisions you make, okay? It's just better to know what the hell's going on. And this national security strategy document says it all very clearly right here. But I will say, because of this, people don't know the rules of the game. So they're like, well, can we do it or can't we? China, can I invade Vietnam? Are you going to care or not? It says Taiwan you care about. Well, Vietnam, who's going to care? What if we just do it? Well, you guys said you won't care. You're going to go to war over Vietnam? I'm telling you right now, if China invaded Vietnam, I don't know. I don't know if we do anything. I don't know. Based on this, Bush administration, forget it. Woo, cowboys are coming out. We're going. We're going to go to war. Okay? I don't mean to imitate Texas president there, but that's kind of was the attitude, right? What's he going to do? I don't know. We don't want to find out. We don't want to find out. And President Trump, I think, he has a strong reputation, but now with this national security document, it's clearly stating we are not going to war over everything. Taiwan, yes. Taiwan, it says it in there. Everything else, not everything. Okay. So just so we all understand, guys, give me a 1 in the chat if you're tracking. Give me a 0 in the chat if you're not tracking right now. If you're not understanding, or I need to recover anything, okay? Because I want to make sure we're all getting something out of this. Give me a 1 in the chat if you're tracking and you're understanding what's going on. Give me a 0 if you want me to recover anything, and then you can ask a question or as well. All right. All right. Give me that 1 or give me that 0. All right, I'm going to keep playing that same video. Boy, this is going to be a Benathon tonight, I think, guys. This is going to be a Benathon. I can feel it. I haven't even gotten out of the first topic yet. This might be an all-nighter. You guys down for an all-nighter? Put a fire symbol in the chat if you're down for an all-nighter. We're going to go big. Put a fire symbol if you're ready for a Benathon. The Ben Marathon, as you guys call it. I appreciate the feedback, guys. Thank you. I see the 1s. Awesome. Awesome. Let's roll. Here we go. Let's keep watching this one. This is a good, from The Economist. This is a very good video. There we go.
The rules of the game, and that makes managing risk far more complex.
Eventuality.
But it never tipped into nuclear war. Today, nobody agrees on the rules of the game, and that makes managing risk far more complex. The West isn't as unified as it used to be. President Trump questions Why is it America's job to police the world and keep allies safe? In his view, friends are a burden, and they should pay America if they want help.
We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost.
Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin is a master at throwing Western countries off balance. Russia tests defenses in ambiguous and deniable ways. European countries endure cyber hacks, drone incursions, and acts of sabotage. It's hard to prove Russia is to blame, and that's the point. Western governments find it hard to agree on what the right level of response should be. What's more, when Russia goes rogue, responsible governments can't retaliate tit for tat. When Russia is suspected of cutting subsea cables or mysterious acts of arson, NATO members aren't about to burn down shopping centers in Moscow. So the West has no choice. It has to learn how to make credible counter-threats. Otherwise, Russia and other adversaries will keep using attacks to frighten the public and to undermine resolve.
See what once more, non-interventionism. We're not going to expend blood and treasure to stop everyone, to curtail every power from rising. We are not seeking to be the dominant global power. And it even says the national security strategy, the days of the United States being the world policeman, Team America, world police, right? That's over. The days of America propping up the global world order, it says it in there, okay? And we'll get to it at some point. The days of America propping up the global world order are over. What kind of message does this send to China and to Russia? I mean, I'm just a simple Marine, guys. I'm just a simple Marine. You guys are probably all smarter than me. But to me, if the guy who was the badass in the neighborhood comes out and is like, hey, yo, I'm not defending anybody anymore. Do what the hell you want to. Everyone's like, oh. But if I get pissed off enough, one of you thinks you're better than me, I'll come out, I'll beat your ass. Otherwise, I'm going to go and play video games. I'm going to order pizza, and I'm going to try and make some money. Don't mess with that. And don't come in my house. You come in my house, I'm going to kill you. But otherwise, don't make it a problem for me, whatever you're doing out here. You guys make it a problem for me, I'm going to come out, I'm going to whoop your ass. And everybody's like, are you serious? Toothpick in their mouth, smoking. Serious? Are they serious? Are they kidding? Well, let's try it out. Okay? The big guy goes away. They push the little guy. Nothing happened. They beat the little guy up, take his money. Nothing happened. Okay. Cool. Well, don't beat him up too bad. Don't kill him. Rough him up a little bit, take some stuff. Don't make it a problem for him, he said. Right? I'm just saying, words have meaning. These are written words. Gets confusing. I don't know. It kind of muddies the water of what will be enforced and what won't be. You can see I read this document. I highlighted it. I'm bringing it to you guys. National Security Strategy. Okay, and if you're just joining us, we're analyzing the current national security strategy, which just came out a few weeks ago. The Trump administration national security strategy. And we're talking about right now at this point, there's some major changes that have happened. One is non-interventionism is high on the list. We're not going to intervene except in certain cases. If you heard me just illustrating that with my little story. All right. We're also not seeking to be the person who's propping up the country, propping up the global world order. We're not going to be the world police. We're not also seeking to be the dominant power in the world anymore. But don't you think you can be? No one else can be. We're not going to be, but we don't want you to rise to be the global power either. And if you do, we'll beat your ass and take you down. That's literally what it says, okay? But at the same time, medium weight power is rising up. We're not going to spend blood and treasure preventing you from rising up. If you want to dominate a little bit, dominate. You want to go invade a couple countries in Africa and take them over, go for it. This is my interpretation. It doesn't say that in there. This is what we're talking about. And then we're going to go into breaking news. ISIS strikes in Nigeria, Russia, Ukraine, deep dive, Venezuela, deep dive, and then talk about, with this national security strategy, the position on the global world stage for the United States, which impacts us at home economically, which impacts your pocketbook, tariffs, okay, cost of supplies, cost of fixing your cars, cost of groceries, all this crap, okay, cost of goods. We're going to talk about the Epstein Files and how the erosion of public trust and public support hurts us to get things done, because when you have leaders in power that the public is losing trust and belief in, problems, big problems. And again, I'll say President Trump hasn't been accused of a crime yet in the Epstein Files, but it's just a bad look. And it got, on Wednesday, we talked about it. There's some stuff that's come out that's hard to say that he didn't know more. He didn't know more, okay? And we'll find out. More will come out, more will come out. But for sure, there are definitely quite a few elite level players in the United States, politically, business-wise, that are going to go down from all this, okay? There's cover-up after cover-up, blah, blah, blah. I still don't think there's a smoking gun for Trump, but for President Trump. But, you know, I think there are a lot of other people that will go down from this. But there's some pretty damning, I won't call it evidence, but material for President Trump. And again, it's not proven to be something criminal just yet. But my point is this, okay? I'm not speculating on that as much as trust, no matter what, from the perception is going down. Okay, this hurts us. And now we got no intervention, which is a good thing too. We don't want to go to war over everything. And they're calling it like they see it. But this could, if you have, you know, weak perception at home, lack of trust, lack of credibility, as I talked about on Wednesday, the wolves are going to circle. And eventually they're going to start taking bites. The hyenas are going to go after the lion taking bites. Okay, like we've seen those videos. And they're going to test us. These leaders are going to test us. They're going to cause problems because we seem confused, weaker, embattled at home, all these things, okay? All those things. I'm going to finish this video and then I'm going to answer some questions, okay? And here we go.
Will keep using attacks to frighten the public and to undermine resolve. In Allied capitals, senior officials are reminding their junior colleagues of a valuable Cold War lesson. Don't be alarmed if your leaders start threatening enemies much more forcefully. It might actually be the best and safest way to get an adversary to back down. Simply put, escalation is not always a sign that something is going wrong. Why China?
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to open up the Q&A here. Ask any questions you have. Ask me something. Any question you have, we'll do an open public Q&A. Okay. And so that's where we're at with this national security strategy. There's a lot here. And we're gonna answer a few questions, probably run a poll, and then I'm gonna hear from John Mearsheimer about this. Let's read some of this here. Okay. Becky, no, I can't do an all-nighter. I'm recovering from being sick and have to work tomorrow. But y'all have fun, I guess. The Diamond Dog. Bernice said emotion wins versus rationality, but not with smart people. Bernice revealed that. Yeah, very true. Cedric, that's messed up. We blew it off because of these politicians. Let me see. Cedric, you had one. Okay. At least if there was some integrity. Cedric, this is your question. And morale in the sense, look at Guatemala with the banana company. Didn't look the whole thing up, but by studying from what I heard, we were wrong. The banana wars. Okay. Let's see. You're describing how the North Korean army works. Crusader, maybe. Hey, thank you. Awesome analogy. Thanks, US. I appreciate that, Unsecure Signal. That hands Eurasia, Africa over to China. Yeah, I mean, it's concerning, right? Propaganda. Yep. Let's see. Trump does have that whole... He does. You're right. Just some dude. Trump does have that whole fuck around, find out attitude. Might make him hesitate. I agree with you. I agree. But the thing is, though, he's got to, as the video says, that guy does a great job for The Economist, right? He's saying tough talk is good because you're warning people, like, President Trump minces no words, right? Hey, I like you, but I'll come and bomb the shit out of Moscow if you do this. Is he serious? Is he not serious? I think he is serious. He said it. Now he's now he's gonna say it, right? So, I mean, that's the thing. He said it, but I agree with you. He does have that FO, that FAFO. He's got the FAFO. Find out, right? F around and find out. And so, but he's got to keep that up, because the only thing is, again, we're saying in writing as a national security document, non-interventionism. We're not going to be the world police, and this. Definitely, it's very clear. Don't come to the Western Hemisphere. We'll slam you. That's very clear from what they wrote. China, it's very clear. We want to have economic prosperity, keep the waterways open, don't invade Taiwan. Clear, okay? But we're also not making China out to be the big boogeyman anymore, which is a pretty, I think pretty savvy strategy, right? If you can make China a partner and not mess with them growing and getting rich, and even says it in the strategy, and I haven't read this to you guys, but it says, we look to gain $10 trillion in GDP over the next, 5 to 10 years with these policies with China. And China should also enrich in itself as well. It's a win-win, all right? It's not about slamming China. Cool. That takes an adversary off the plate. Meanwhile, so there are many good things. I'm not just slamming the document at all. But meanwhile, there is this non-interventionism. There is this, we're not the world police. There is this, we're not going to spend blood and treasure to curtail the rise of medium weight powers. Like I said, that could be smaller countries in places like, in Eurasia, in Africa, right? South America, I think you can't make a move without us. That's our place. We're saying that very clearly, Monroe Doctrine, right? So, that seemed very clear to me right there. Okay, let me see. Cedric, I don't have to answer, but Eric Smith, my negative positive takes. I don't really know, brother. I haven't been tracking as much. I'm not going to lie to you. I hate to disappoint anybody. But I'm not 100% sure on him. I mean, the commandant's always a political position, and you're talking about the commandant of the Marine Corps, I think. It's a political position. They have to wear a lot of, heavy hats to represent the service on Capitol Hill, everywhere else. Usually the combatant commanders down at, Southcom, which is going to be General Donovan, who's an amazing, amazing warrior leader. SOCOM, CENTCOM, those are more of your war fighting leaders, okay? General Smith, Eric Smith, is definitely a political leader, and he's the senior dog for the whole Marine Corps. But it is definitely a big, big political dance for him. Okay, unsecure signal. Ben, let's see this one. Ben, new FY26 NDAA is law. 3.8% pay raise. China outbound investment curbs. Let's see. Drone rules. Missile defense. Biggest wins for NAFSEC. Shortfalls on AI or supply chains. I think anytime that we are upgrading our infrastructure, we're upgrading, our technology base. One of the things in the national security strategy they talk about is the dual use technologies. I think anytime we are investing in these dual use technologies that, the military benefits from and also civilian world benefits from, I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. I think we will always have a cutting edge on AI because our civilian AI is top notch. And so I don't think it's going to be a shortfall so much for AI. Supply chains are always tricky. But again, I think leadership matters a lot. The amount invested matters a lot. Clear strategy matters a lot for national security. And so that's what I would say. I would say right there. I know we're supposed to get the Golden Dome missile initiative, defense initiative going as well. That's a Trump initiative. I don't know how long it's going to take to build that, though. I imagine it's going to be a little while, but hopefully that answers your question. Let's see. Put in a fire symbol. If I've answered your question, Cedric, and unsecure signal, if I answered your question, put it in the fire symbol for me so I know. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I got another question here, Cedric. Ben, this is a question. Your thoughts on Commandant Marine Corps. Okay, yeah. His ornament on his cap. I don't know. I have to look. I'm not sure. Cedric, I'm not sure. I haven't really been paying attention. I think I gave you my best answer before about it. But yeah, it's a very political position. I think the Marine Corps has always been You know, they follow orders and they keep the standards as high as they can, but no one is immune to political pressure. Remember that. When the politicians come out and they say, do this, you know, they've got to pretty much do it. Okay. Or they can resign. They can resign. But a lot of times they're going to be, they're going to be doing what they're told. That's how it works in civil military relations here. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Awesome. All right, let's keep on rolling. Let's hear from John Mearsheimer. And he's got a lot of good stuff to say here. I believe I've got him. Let me just see. Here we go. Actually, we're going to hear from him in a minute. So we're going to move on from national security strategy. We're going to check out what happened in Nigeria with ISIS. Who knew? Let me see. I'm going to run a poll really fast, guys. Who knew? Did you know that we hit ISIS in Nigeria? I want to see if you guys were tracking that. So that literally just happened. There's a poll right now. Did you know that we hit ISIS in Nigeria? Just give me, I want to see what your situational awareness is right now. Obviously, some people may have missed it because of the holidays. Okay. And we're going to cover that right now and talk about what that's all about and how that fits in with the strategy. Crusader, I've learned all my bushcraft, fieldcraft skills from my uncles who were ROC Marines. No way. Interesting. That's wild. Wild stuff. Awesome. I see it. Okay, Crusader. Got you. Made me so happy as a Crusader. Propaganda. Yes, I've been talking about Africa for years. Everybody ignores it. China and Russia through the Wagner Group are all over Africa. Yeah. They work with local groups. They don't care which ones. Let's see. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, got a good poll going. Let's watch this first video just so we're all on the same page, and then we'll talk about it. Here we go.
And now to the U.S. strike in Nigeria on Christmas Day. President Trump says the U.S. launched what he calls a powerful and deadly strike on alleged ISIS terrorists in Nigeria. U.S. officials releasing this video of the strike being launched as the president claims ISIS has been targeting and killing Christians in the West African nation. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth echoing the president's message and said there will be more to come. The Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs also released a statement saying the strikes were carried out with Nigerian authorities and will continue efforts to tackle ISIS. ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, is traveling with the president in Florida and joins me now. We also have our contributor and the former head of CIA clandestine activities in Africa, Daryl Blocker, with us as well. Thank you both for being here. Selena, I just want to start with you here. What more is the White House saying at this point about this strike and why they decided to launch it on Christmas Day?
Yeah, Faith, I mean, the president made this announcement late on Christmas Day, saying that the U.S. launched a strike against ISIS targets in Nigeria, saying they've been killing Christians. We got a little more detail from the Pentagon, who said that several ISIS terrorists were killed in ISIS camps. We heard from both U.S. and Nigerian authorities that the two governments worked together to carry out this operation. Now, you showed that video of the missile being launched. The Pentagon posted that along with a statement from the president, Trump posting, quote, "I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight there was." Now, the strike comes just weeks after President Trump had ordered the Pentagon to prepare for possible military operations if Nigeria didn't do more to protect Christians from violence. But look, independent experts say that extremist groups have been targeting Christians and Muslims, killing tens of thousands of civilians in recent years. We did also hear from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth posting that he had gratitude for the Nigerian government cooperating with them, but he also said that there's more to come.
And Daryl, there's still a lot we don't know at this point, but President Trump has said that this strike was launched because ISIS terrorists have been, quote, targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians. Is that the reality as you see it? And if so, is a strike like this going to deter ISIS at all?
So I don't think a strike like this is going to deter anyone from doing anything. Quite frankly, ISIS has been there for the past 10 years in the form of the West African province, which is probably the folks that were not targeted. The ones that are along the Sahel province, along the Niger border, near the Sokoto state, where these strikes happened. But the recent attacks between Christians and Muslims has been going on in the middle belt of Nigeria, which is roughly Iowa, whereas Sokoto is roughly, the northwestern side of the United States. So they're not even geographically very close to one another. So I'm not sure that the president is getting all of the information that he needs in this regard.
And Selena, you can just imagine there's a lot going on behind the scenes right now, but how is Nigeria responding to the public?
Yeah, so they have confirmed that they worked with the United States to carry out this strike. They've also released a statement from the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying, quote, terrorist violence in any form.
All right. Terrorist violence in any form, whether directed at Christians, Muslims, or other communities, remains an affront to Nigeria's values and to international peace and security. Got it. Okay. So the question I have for you guys, do you guys think this was symbolic? Do you actually think we hit anybody? I haven't heard anything about battle damage assessment. I haven't heard about a BDA yet. But do you guys think this was symbolic? Let's run a poll. Let's start a poll. Last poll. Did you know? 90% knew, some didn't. Good, I'm glad we're doing this. Okay, new poll. Was the strike against ISIS in Nigeria symbolic? Meaning we just were doing it to show we mean business, but we didn't hit anybody. Was it symbolic? Well, I guess probably is symbolic. All right, let's see. We're getting a couple votes in. Yes, no, okay. We'll do another poll here in a second, but I want to get your opinion. And now also in the chat, while you're answering the poll, answer this in the chat. Do you guys think we actually were successful in destroying any ISIS targets with missiles? A lot of the times from what I've seen is fixed wing bombing missions are successful, for going against groupings of terrorists and fighters. Ground forces, like special operations forces, raid force from the Marines or Army raid force, the Rangers, or special forces, or you name it, National Michigan Force, high-level special operations forces, have a lot of success eliminating targets like this. But the missile strikes, I don't know. I don't know how old the intel was. It must have been a camp. But, there maybe there's material. Maybe there's trucks. Maybe buildings they use, housing. But I'd love to see Brady, exactly. I'd love to see the battle damage assessment. Shock and awe. Crusader, you might be right. Just to show, hey, we know you guys had a camp here. Do you guys remember in the Clinton administration a long time ago when the not Twin Towers, but when the first bombing happened in New York City, and then the USS Cole was attacked. The Clinton administration launched Tomahawk missile attacks against Al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan, and they blew up a bunch of camps. I don't even know if they killed anybody, but it was largely symbolic to show, we know you guys were here. Here's our intel. We're going to launch missiles there, so you can't go back to these structures. So we destroy your houses and stuff. But did they actually kill anybody or get anybody? Yemen, okay. Yeah. Right, exactly. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, so in the terms of showing commitment towards vengeance and towards justice, and at the risk of, my fellow warriors maybe getting mad at me for this, but there's nothing that says we mean business like sending in a strike force or sending in fixed wing aircraft with accurate, up to date intelligence. Predator drones, no kidding. That's for real, right? Because great intelligence, great ISR. These might have been guided by Predator drones. I don't know. Again, as far as the firing process, the guidance process, I don't know. I don't know if it was there a ISR oversight with targeting on the targets, lasing the targets maybe? I don't know. I would like to know though, because that tells me I want to get a battle damage assessment. What did we do? Why did we do it? Who did we get? Or are we just like, launching missiles, $1 million, $10 million missiles at tents? What are we doing? Okay? Or is this more to show like we're doing something, we're strong, while meanwhile, what's going on? Meanwhile, I'll show you what's going on. Meanwhile, I'll say it again. Meanwhile, we got stuff like, this happening. Meanwhile, right? This is the letter Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Larry Nassar, okay, in prison. Larry Nassar was the Olympic coach, doctor for the women's U.S. Olympic team with all underage girls, mostly from 13 to 18, and he abused them, raped them, did all this stuff. And this is the letter he wrote. Nassar, we shared a love of young girls, nubile girls. Oh, by the way, our current president shares that love, and he would grab them and do stuff. Okay? Could this be bullshit? Possibly. Was Jeffrey Epstein maybe trying to stick a knife in him from the grave? Okay? Because they weren't friends by this point. Maybe. Maybe he knew. Haha. One last poke at him that'll cause some problems. Maybe. Maybe it's real, right? Both. Okay? So we'll see. But I'm saying, meanwhile, there's this going on. What do we got to do? We got to show we're doing something. We got to show that we're strong. We're strong, right? Okay, let's bomb some people over here. And why can I say this? Why can I talk like this? Because I've been to war, because I've seen how all the stuff works. A lot of it, we need press release, PAO, public affairs, optics. We need good optics that we're doing something, that we're strong. We need to show that we're strong to the world, show that we're strong to our people first, because the people, first of all, no foreign invader is going to come to the United States and be like, we're taking over. American people are all armed and crazy, first of all, okay, if anyone's wondering. American people, you wouldn't want to invade this country. That's all I can say. You definitely won't want to invade this country. It'd be a nightmare. As someone who's done counterinsurgency, this would be a freaking nightmare. Anyway, so we're going to fall from within first, right? So the first thing that the government has to do, and any leader in this, is convince the American people. If you're not convincing the American people, because of stuff like I just showed you, what do? Well, we got to show we're doing something. Can we get a quick fix in the economy? Can we get a quick fix? What can we do? Tax rebate. What else can we do? Drop the tariffs. What else can we do? Well, it's going to take some time to build up, boss. All right, how about where's some bad guys? Or eliminate threats. Okay, we got some boats. Boom, blow the fucking boats up. Hell yeah, we're blowing boats up. What else can we do? What else? We got to get, polls are going down. No one's believing us because of the Epstein stuff. What do we do? Okay, well, we got these terrorists killing Christians. This was like a little while ago. And they're killing Muslims too. No. Okay, this is a good story. Bomb them, hit them. Really? Yeah, get some coordination with the Nigerian government, hit them. All right, I know I'm being cynical, I'm being sarcastic, I'm being all that stuff, but I'm also being real. Okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you think I'm also being real. If you think I'm bullshitting, and you think, honestly, if you think I'm bullshitting, you think Ben's losing it here, Ben's jaded, put a 0. If you think that I'm onto something and I'm really saying, some truth here, put a 1. Okay? If you think I'm saying some truth here, and there is some truth to what I'm saying, I know I'm making a story up. It's not 100% true. But I'm saying if this could have been how it unfolded, put a 1. If you think that Ben is honestly, and I need the feedback, guys, because maybe I'm being too cynical, put a 0. And I'll reflect. I know. All right, thanks, Brady. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, guys. Mark, I appreciate it. Steve, thank you. Doc, just some dude, appreciate it. Cedric, one, sadly, I know. Crusader, thank you. Yes, Cedric, it would be fucked up. I agree. Then they present a solution to the problem they created. That's right. Yep. I love it, Crusader. That's good. Grew up among American soldiers. Personal attitudes just like them. That's awesome. So, I mean, I'm sad about it too, guys. I'm sad about it too. But, you know, I hate to say it, but that's just like too much of that happens, where you learn the most important thing is the photo op. The most important thing is, what looks like strength. Okay, the most important thing is sometimes is not just doing the thing, but demonstrating, showing. It's the perception of power. Nobody has power unless people believe they have power. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay? Because power only exists in people's minds. And so you have to show you're strong. You have to show you're badass. You have to show all these things. If you don't show it, then no one believes it. It's just how it is. Okay? So, all right, let's keep going on this. Wag the dog. Yep. Thank you, the Diamond Dog. I appreciate it. Thank you, Becky. Appreciate it, Mark. All right, guys, let's watch this next little bit right here. But I'd like to see the BDA. I think hearing from the CIA officer is really good, actually. He's yeah, he's definitely got a lot of good stuff to say. And he's like, I don't know what we're doing. Leave it to a career case officer, a career clandestine service officer to be kind of jaded. And this is very funny, actually. He's been working on this stuff for a long time. Okay, here we go. Let's watch a little bit more of this. It's very interesting.
Statement from the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying, quote, terrorist violence in any form, whether directed at Christians, Muslims, or other communities, remains an affront to Nigeria's values and to international peace and security. Now, Nigeria's president in the past has not denied that there's violence, but he says that those claims that Nigeria is religiously intolerant does not reflect the reality of their country.
And Daryl, the U.S. has been fighting the terrorist group for more than a decade now. But at this point, at what point has all of this actually become an all-out war with ISIS?
We've been at all-out war with ISIS for as long as they've been around. On the Nigerian aspect of it, I was coming out of Abuja in 2002 as Boko Haram was being formed. And Boko Haram pledged bayat, meaning they pledged loyalty to ISIS in the mid-2014-15 timeframe. So this war has not been being fought. It has been fought for a long time. I think these strikes probably long overdue, but I'm not sure that they're hitting the desired targets in terms of the Christian-Muslim violence that's been reported.
Yeah, and of course, we'll all be watching to see how this plays out. Selena Wang and Daryl Blocker, thank you.
All right, there we go. Just like I was saying, he doesn't know if they're actually hitting the right targets either. I mean, but it's better. Is it? Well, I was gonna say it's better than nothing. Is it better than nothing? I mean, it's definitely telegraphing that we're gonna do something. But, I just don't know. I don't know. So let's go ahead here. I'm going to open up Q&A. Again, guys, any questions you have, ask me away. Ask me a question. Now that everybody's figured it out, including Becky, you can ask me questions. All right, let's go on to this next video. On the Nigeria situation, yeah, Boko Haram is definitely a bad actor. Those guys are bad news. So, probably good that we're doing something. Okay, here we go. Here's another angle from it. Fox News this time.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look at the White House this Christmas evening. We are following breaking news from D.C. President Trump announcing that the U.S. has launched airstrikes in Nigeria. This is the post from President Trump on Truth Social just a few minutes ago. He said, "Tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorists scum in northwest Nigeria who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay, and tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues. That was from President Trump, and we also have a reaction to that from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He said the president was clear last month the killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and elsewhere must end. The Department of War is always ready, so ISIS found out tonight on Christmas. More to come. Grateful for Nigerian government support and cooperation. Merry Christmas.
I'm sorry. Hearing the ending of that with Merry Christmas just got me. It made me laugh a bit. So again, like I talked about before, the purpose of this is this more to telegraph to the base, right? Because what President Trump was saying there, that we won't tolerate Islamic terrorism to grow, and especially when they're killing Christians and all these things. Is this primarily, this messaging, is this really to deal with an American interest, or is this playing to Trump's base? I mean, obviously, nobody wants people to be killed. No one wants Christians to be killed by terrorists. No one wants really anybody to be killed by terrorists, right? It's no one wants someone to be killed by a gang of bandits. All bad stuff. All bad stuff. But what I'm saying is that the timing of this on Christmas, very dramatic, very theatrical. Okay. The Merry Christmas to the terrorists. It's like a movie. It's like a tough guy movie, right? Is this primarily playing to the base so that people think, wow, this is like we talked about. This is definitely very clear. This is the FAFO. This is FAFO. Fuck around, find out, right? This is FAFO. So put a 1 in the chat, guys, if you think this was definitely directed, these strikes, to, make an impact, but not so much on the world, on the terrorists, but more on the base, that we're tough and strong. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that this is definitely directed at our own base, okay, at the Republican base. Yeah, because I want to see what you guys think about this. To me, this feels like it's definitely sending a message to ISIS. The strike in Syria was about both, but mostly about dealing a strike back to ISIS in Syria, where American soldiers were killed. The strike in Nigeria, to me, it's definitely has to do with the strategy for dealing with ISIS. Boko Haram in particular pledged to ISIS, pled loyalty to ISIS. But what I would say is that, again, you got a lot of 1s in the chat. Yeah, this is definitely directed more at the base at home, that we're tough, we're doing this, all this stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, Crusader, just some dude, Phoenix, Lisa. Yep. It's interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's watch this next one here. And actually, I've got a question from Cedric. Let's see here. All right. How could we possibly bring the American continent under one alliance, including Cuba, etc.? Because we've got to live together. More strength. Is this wishful thinking? Cuba been thrown to China and Russia by us. Yeah, I mean, I think when Fidel Castro took over, and before that Che Guevara, and I think Simon Bolivar, all these kind of communist ideologies that swept Latin America, because a lot of these things worked for South America, for Latin America. And so I would say now things are different, and I think there's a possibility. I don't know about us actually, taking control of Cuba, but I think as far as having a much stronger influence over them, I think there's a better chance for that to happen now. And I think that's probably as as the United States looks to fulfill the Trump doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine, the Trump Corollary, like they said in this national security strategy, you can look to see something like that more, Cedric, for sure. Let me see the next one. Adding to question 1, why not removing Hezbollah and all from the American continent? Let it not prosper. Do you think, Ben, we are as a country not able to negotiate on equal terms, win-win with neighbors? I think it's, first of all, you got to know who Hezbollah is in the country. I think it's I don't think they present themselves I'm Hezbollah because they're known terrorists. They'd be arrested on the spot, right? From the United States. If they're in Mexico, well, again, they're going to be hiding, right? They're clandestine by nature. They're a terrorist organization. And I think, how can we negotiate on equal terms, win-win with neighbors? Yeah, I mean, I think we're trying to do that. I think we have tried to do that in the past with different agreements and things like that. But the number one concern for the Trump administration is the flow of drugs, illegal immigration, preventing terrorists from entering the country, preventing drugs from entering the country. So national security of our borders is a big thing. And I think that's the negotiations for neighbors has been very tough, especially, with Mexico, obviously. And now it's spreading all the way down to Latin America. But as far as Canada, I think it's much better. But given the Greenland issues with Greenland, I think it's been a heavy sticking point as well too, to where we've rubbed them wrong in a lot of ways, right? So, and I've gotten some backlash for that. So hopefully that answers your question. Awesome. All right, let's watch this next video. And Cedric, give me a fire symbol there. Give me a heads up or a thumbs up or fire symbol. Okay, thanks, Cedric. I appreciate it. I see it. If that answers your question. All right, let's check this out. Got another one here. Get a little bit more. And actually, I think we finished out on ISIS in Nigeria. So next, we're going to be talking about we're going to get into Russia and Ukraine, okay? And this is, like we said, this is one of the most important things going on today in the world. Possibly the most important, okay? Depending on how you see it. But what the United States does obviously is hugely important, okay? It shakes the world up. But what Putin and Russia do makes a massive, massive difference and could influence Europe, which is a direct influence on the U.S. national security strategy, which could cause World War III. Many people say we're already in World War III, okay? So there's just a lot going on. But let's hear, first of all, from John Mearsheimer about this, okay? And actually, no, we're going to hear from this story from Fox News, first of all. And then we'll get into a little more Q&A on this, and we'll talk about this. Here we go.
To pulling troops back in eastern Ukraine to create a demilitarized zone as part of a 20-point peace plan U.S. and Ukrainian envoys hashed out in Miami last weekend. The catch is Russia must first end its attacks and agree to a broader peace plan. Russia's President Vladimir Putin is showing no signs of compromising. Let's bring in Dr. Rebecca Grant, national security and military analyst. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. Russia has the manpower and the political will to continue on with this war, which is posing quite an issue. And the New York Times is out with a reason why perhaps Russia won't agree to this peace plan. The headline is why Russia is likely to reject the new U.S.-Ukrainian peace plan. A Kremlin emboldened by Moscow's advances on the battlefield and restrained by the difficulty of selling the new plan to the Russian public as a victory is unlikely to accept it. Is there anything short of a full and unconditional surrender that Russia would accept at this point?
Well, I think we'll find something because this is very unrealistic on Putin's part. Look, Ukraine is mostly holding Russia on the ground. Putin thinks he's going to take the rest of Donetsk. Not going to happen. And he is running out of the military man.
So as I've told you guys before, this has been kind of the through line for a lot of people saying that Ukraine is holding Russia off. Now, there are other people, and we're going to hear from one of them tonight, who are saying that this is the last year Ukraine can hold on. especially if the U.S. pulls support or anybody else does, okay, and maybe even if they don't pull support, that Russia is going to overwhelm them this year, all right? And there's also good reason to believe that Russia knows this and knows it's strong enough to roll through Ukraine and then possibly on to the next country, like maybe Poland, all right? So we're going to hear about that tonight. And so the plot kind of thickens with this whole thing, because here we have this woman saying even what I was saying in previous live streams, saying that, yeah, but Ukraine's striking them back with the drones and it's all fancy, and then they're striking the airport with the drones. Meanwhile, Russia's like, yeah, well, we've got 1 million men already dead, and we got 1 million more coming, and we've got tanks, and we're figuring this drone stuff out too, by the way. And they've driven a wedge. They've driven a wedge between the United States and Europe, the United States and Ukraine. I shouldn't say maybe driven a wedge, but they've made it more complicated. Okay, Putin is a master, as you've heard from Victor Davis Hanson, at manipulating people and manipulating countries and leaders into thinking he's going to do what they say. Okay, so let's keep listening here.
Power. He won't take Ukraine. He'll never have that victory. You know, the key is to find what will make him agree. And I think Zelensky's got a point. We need to see the massive drone and missile attacks stop. Recently, 600 drones, 38 missiles, Poland scrambling fighter jets. That needs to stop. It would be worth a little pullback in the Donbass by Ukraine to get that to happen.
What is it that makes you say that Russia is running out of manpower to carry on with this war?
Well, they've really made only inch by inch progress. And I think, you know, our assessments from the Pentagon kind of concur with this. They've never been able to take those crucial regions in the Donbass, and their casualty rates are estimated to be up to about 1.5 million between killed and wounded. Now, the problem is Putin doesn't care about that, and he has a taste for war. He wants imperial Russia. He's doing his drone nonsense around Europe. But the fact is, this is why the U.S. security guarantees and NATO security guarantees are so important, because when this war ends, and America needs it to end too, there will be a long border in Ukraine, and Ukraine needs the equipment and the backup tanks, air power, air defenses to seal that border against Russia for years to come.
So the talks with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are essentially ongoing. They were just in Miami recently. But during those talks yesterday on Christmas Eve, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had a message, and he appeared to wish death on President Vladimir Putin. Listen to this.
Today we all share one dream, and we make one wish. For all of us, may he perish. But when we turn to God, of course, we ask for something greater. We ask for peace for Ukraine. We fight for it, and we pray for it, and we deserve it.
Are we any closer at this point to the end of this war after 4 years? We don't have much time, just so you know.
I think so. I think the talks are important. And remember, there's a good economic package here for Ukraine. The idea is to get...
All right. So she's saying, you know, she's saying that it seemed to say that Ukraine is holding them off, right? Polish Ninja, end income tax. Love it. I would love that to happen. I would love to end an income tax. That'd be great. But I don't know if it's going to happen right now. I just saw that. So what do you guys think about what she's saying there? I mean, is she right? You know, that Ukraine's able to hold off Russia, Vladimir Putin. Do you guys think, based on what she's saying and based on what we've heard before, that Putin and Russia are almost done? Okay, I'm going to put a poll up. We're going to do this properly. We're going to do it in a poll format. Okay. Do you think Putin and Russia are done? Okay, we'll lose. What did I say? No, can't fight more in 2026. I don't know how to say this. Do you think Putin and Russia are on the brink of collapse? There we go. That's what I want to say. Boom. Okay. Do you guys think that Putin and Russia are on the brink of collapse? And this is vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine. Okay, this is in regards to the war in Ukraine, meaning the economy's messed up. They don't have enough soldiers. Okay, Now, this is what she's kind of saying. Other people have said it. Ukraine's holding them off. And like I've already hinted at it, but yeah, the Diamond Dog, Ukraine has global support, but it also finances itself. Putin warned them. Yep, Lady Ann. They bomb Donbass, then cry wolf. Yep. Ukraine by themselves. Yeah, they can't do it by themselves. Yeah. Yeah, sovereignty first, not like protectionism. Crusader, the enlistment rosters are not stopping throughout Russia. Food for thought. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. And we're going to hear about that. Actually, Crusader, it's interesting because you have more firsthand knowledge, I think, is what it sounds like. And we're going to hear about that from Dr. Mearsheimer. Okay. Ukraine is the southern door to Europe. Yep. Let's see. How's the poll going? We have 30% yes, 70% no. Okay. Yep. Well, we're going to find out. Let's hear from Professor Mearsheimer and hear what he has to say. Keep voting, guys, if you haven't voted yet. And everybody put a fire symbol in the chat. Give me a fire symbol in the chat if you are tracking on this and this is and you're getting a lot out of this. And if this is resonating with you and if you're getting a lot out of this stream so far, and on this topic in particular with Russia and Ukraine, give me a fire symbol if this is something you're interested in, okay? And if you're learning something from this. And if you're not getting something out of it, give me a thumbs down symbol. And if you want to move on past this subject, give me a thumbs down. But if you're getting something out of this topic with Russia and Ukraine and you're learning something, give me a fire symbol. Awesome, Mark. I appreciate it. Thank you. And we're going to get this going right now. Just give me your vote in the chat so I know. Fire, awesome, awesome, just some dude. Thank you, Crusader. I appreciate it. And then we'll keep on driving on. Lisa, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. And we'll keep it moving. Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate the vote. Okay. Awesome, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks to Diamond Dog. Okay, here we go. Let's put this on. Let's go ahead and hear from Dr. John Mearsheimer. This is some good stuff right here, okay? Now, this is the counterpoint. You can already see what this says. This is definitely the counterpoint. Thanks, Lady Ann. I appreciate it. Awesome. Appreciate it, Mark. You're here for the Benathon. Perfect. Okay. And if you didn't vote in the poll yet, do you think Putin and Russia are on the brink of collapse? Go ahead and hit that one. I like the fire symbol. If you can't find the fire symbol, the rocket symbol's a good one too. I like that one. All right, let's get to this. I'm all over the map right now. I got to find what I'm sharing. Okay, this is the one I want. All right, here we go. Professor John Mearsheimer. Hopefully you guys can see me as well. No, you can't. Here I am. I'm talking without you guys seeing me. All right, let's watch what he has to say. Here we go. Very interesting. Look at the headline already, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're just joining us here, we've covered the national security strategy of the United States tonight. We covered that earlier. We heard from Victor Davis Hanson, professor, and we're deep diving into, is the new national security strategy causing countries around the world, aggressive countries, to not know what the rules are anymore? Like, what will the U.S. intervene in and what won't they? Will this cause more warfare, more problems, more issues, or less? Okay? And also the U.S. saying that we're no longer going to be the world police. We're not going to prop up the international order anymore, all those things. We're going into current events right now. ISIS strikes in Nigeria, now Russia, Ukraine. And we're discussing right now, is Russia done this year? One professor just said yes, according to Pentagon reports and the economy. Now we're going to hear from a very different thing from Professor John Mearsheimer, highly respected University of Chicago professor, former Army officer, graduate of West Point. Okay, this guy knows his stuff. So let's hear what he has to say. Okay, but you can already see the headline: Putin's army will end this war. Ukraine's final breath. Can you imagine? And when did he put this out? I hope it's not too long ago. 1 day ago. Okay? Not too long ago. Here we go.
They keep telling you Ukraine is winning. They keep promising you one more weapons package will turn the tide. But let me ask you a simple question. When has a smaller power ever outlasted a larger neighbor in a war of attrition on that neighbor's doorstep? The answer is never. And Ukraine won't be the exception. Ukraine is taking its final breath, not because Ukrainians lack courage, but because the arithmetic of power doesn't care about courage. Putin's army will end this war, not next week, perhaps not next month, but inevitably, because that's what great powers do when their survival is at stake. And the tragedy is that I told you this would happen in explicit detail back in 2014, but nobody wanted to listen. Let me be clear about something the Western media won't tell you. This war was lost before it began, not militarily necessarily, but strategically. The moment we decided to lead Ukraine down the primrose path toward NATO membership, to arm them, to encourage them to resist Russia, we sealed their fate because we were never going to fight Russia directly for Ukraine. We were always going to fight to the last Ukrainian. And now, as we watch Ukraine's final breath approach, we need to confront the brutal truth about what we've done. Here's what they won't tell you in Washington or Brussels. Russia has already won this war.
Whoa. This is completely different than what everybody's talking about. You know, I mean, this is, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about what he's saying? Think about this. He's totally changing it. Okay? He's saying Russia has already won this war because we would always fight to the last Ukrainian. We're not going to do anything. He said we already did them a huge injustice, a huge disservice by saying fight this war, fight and win, do this, because we're never going to help you. We're never going to actually fight it with you. I mean, it's incredible, right? I mean, it's a total counterpoint, and that's why I put it in here, because I want us to think about this, okay? Wow, again, some saying yes, some saying no, okay? It's crazy stuff, though, right? So this is what we have to consider. We got to consider this. You know, is this a foregone conclusion that? And I think, and I'll be honest with you, if you read the national security strategy, which we did tonight, and you see that the U.S. is only going to pick and choose what to intervene in, and it's America first strategy. It says it right in there, first page. I showed it to you guys, right? And if you're just joining us right now, we walked through the national security strategy, okay? And what we did is we showed highlighted areas to show where it shows it's America first, what has changed, non-interventionist. We're not the world police anymore, not propping up the global world order. We're not going to stop anyone from determining what they think they should do with their country, okay? We're not trying to push democracy on everybody. So what we're saying is that a lot of the people, a lot of the countries, the nation states in the world order can be a bit confused. The whole thing with Crimea and Russia-Ukraine started because Putin had a conversation with Obama and estimated from the conversation that the United States would not intervene if Putin did something in Crimea. And he was right, and he did it. And that was it. Got a lot of harsh words and a lot of sanctions, but nothing happened. Okay? And I think President Trump, to his credit, knows as a realist and a pragmatist that we got to end this war before it spills over, becomes World War III. Wars have a way of getting out of control, everyone, okay? They are not controllable. Wars have a real way. If you haven't voted in our poll yet, vote in the poll. Will Putin's army end this war with Ukraine? I've got almost 50-50. We got to have some tiebreakers in there. So if you're watching right now, get into the chat and vote in the poll. No one will even know your name. It'll be anonymous. And you can help us to see what the opinion is here. But the thing is this, that President Trump knows wars have a way of bringing on their own life. The fog and friction, the uncertainty of warfare, this could turn into World War III, something a lot bigger, okay? It's already at a World War III level. But I mean, spilling over into the rest of Europe, getting NATO involved, the United States sending troops, NATO sending more troops, all those things like that, okay? nuclear weapons, nuclear war. All of these things are on the table. They're all there. And so what does that do for anybody in national interest? Does anyone get richer from that? No. Is there a whole hell of a lot of hardship? Yes. Do huge institutions that they've spent years making and managing get destroyed? Yes. Do industrial bases get destroyed? Yes. All these things can happen, right? So to end this war as quickly as possible is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Okay? So I think that's, when you hear Professor Mearsheimer saying what he's saying, that Putin's army is going to end this war just by sheer numbers. And it's basically a foregone conclusion. Just strategically, by math and by geometry, all these things like that. Okay? It makes you really think that, you know, we've been possibly, it's a quagmire. The Diamond Dog, yep. Mark says Ukraine sadly will eventually run out of soldiers unless a peace deal. That's it. Unless a peace deal is reached, Mark. This is what he's saying, right? That's exactly what he's saying. Lisa, right, Mark, without workout done, bring on the Benathon. Awesome. I'm glad. Thanks, Lisa. PRC attacks rock. DPRK attacks rock. RF attacks J happens all at the same time. Who will? Yes, that's it exactly. You're right. Yes, exactly. And PRC attacks Taiwan, right? All these things. DPRK, right? Yep. ROC. Okay. Yeah. Republic of China. PRC attacks Taiwan. DRP attacks Korea. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're right about that. Great point, Crusader. Okay, let's keep watching. He's got a lot of stuff to say here. I think it's important for consideration. And again, it's important to go through this analysis. And one thing is, again, the purpose of this channel is to upgrade our lives, right? To understand the context we exist in, to understand the problems we all face mutually. How do we analyze them? How do we form a strategy to deal with them? Do you even need to do anything? I always say focus on what you can control, but it's very important to stay informed about what's going on in the world. You can't put your head in the sand. You want to be informed that when you decide not to focus on something, you still know about it, know what it is. But then put your time and energy in the things you can control that will upgrade and improve your life, okay? But you do have a voice, you do have a vote, and we have fantastic platforms now where we can all learn from each other like this one. And it's so important to stay informed because when we're dealing with problems in the world, we all have to frame the problems we encounter. Frame the problems, the things that are making you afraid, the things you don't understand. Like, what's going on? Why is this happening? What's going on in the world? Why is this policy? Why are we in Venezuela? Why all these different things are happening? Why is the economy down? Okay? And the more you can understand, the better decisions you can make in your own life as well, too. That's why we're here doing this, all right? Not just merely to, rage bait or to make entertainment out of it, but actually to build our situational awareness so we can make better decisions in our own lives, all right? All right, here we go. Let's watch what else Professor Mearsheimer has to say. Here we go.
Won't tell you in Washington or Brussels, Russia has already won this war. Not in the sense that they've achieved all their objectives or that they performed well militarily. They haven't. The Russian military has been exposed as far less capable than anyone imagined. But Russia has won in the way that matters most. They're still standing. Their economy hasn't collapsed. Putin is still in power. And most importantly, they have the resources to continue this fight indefinitely while Ukraine doesn't. Think of it like a schoolyard fight. Imagine a smaller kid gets into a brawl with a much bigger kid. The smaller kid is brave. He lands some good punches. He even bloodies the bigger kid's nose. Other kids on the playground are cheering him on, maybe even slipping him better rocks to throw. But here's the thing. The bigger kid has more stamina, more strength. And unless the other kids are willing to jump into the fight themselves, really get in there and take punches, the smaller kid is going to lose. He might last longer than expected. He might hurt the bigger kid more than anyone thought possible. But he's going to lose. The question isn't if, but when and how badly he'll be hurt when it's over. That's Ukraine's position. And every weapon we send, every promise we make, every speech about standing with Ukraine as long as it takes, All of it just extends the fight. It doesn't change the outcome.
All right. Yeah, this is definitely not puppy dogs and ice cream talk, is it? This is definitely, again, this guy is the father of offensive realism. This is his theory, offensive realism, okay? I'm trying to show you guys a balanced approach. I'm trying to show you a balance of opinions so you can make up your own mind here, okay? The Diamond Dog, you are the man. 4 a.m. there, you are badass. Love it. I appreciate it, Mark. Friday night in Pittsburgh. What else is there to do? Let's do this. All right, I'm ending the poll there. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm trying to show you guys different ideas. We have some people saying they're going to collapse, some saying they're not. Now, we're going to watch another thing right now, okay, because we can watch Professor Mearsheimer a lot more, and he's got a lot to say. But that was the gist of what I wanted you guys to see, okay? And you can look him up on your own as well, too. He's got some, obviously, some great commentary on all these things. But I want to take a look at this report on the economy, okay? Take a look at their economy here. On the Russian economy, and what that means for this. Okay, I gotta close out a few tabs. Sorry guys, really quick, because I just gotta close these out because I'm losing sight of where everything is. Here we go. Okay, I found it. All right, here we go. There we go. So this is on the Russian economy. Something big is happening in Russia right now, but it's about the Russian budget built for war, not peace. All right, check it out. Does this support Mearsheimer or not? We're going to do a poll on this.
Largely align with this estimate at around 7.2%.
Oh, here we go.
SIPRI have estimated Russia's total projected defense spending for 2025 to be at around 15.5 trillion rubles, around $190 billion, which works out at around 7.2% of GDP. The defense minister's figures largely align with this estimate, demonstrating just how deeply entrenched the Russian economy is in the war. Projected expenditure for the coming year, 2026, is equally extortionate. Even though Vladimir Putin promised earlier in the year that Russia...
Did you guys catch that? He said it's equally extortionate. So their economy, what they're saying, they're basically, you know, biting, fighting, scratching, stealing, robbing from different people in the country, extorting money in order to supply the war effort. Okay? So does this support what John Mearsheimer is saying? Let's listen. Let's find out.
Would make efforts to cut down its military spending. Recent drafts of the country's 2026 budget tell a different story. Projected total defense and security spending next year is set to amount to around 16.8 trillion rubles, or around 38% of all federal spending. It's worth noting, too, that according to Reuters, approximately 84% of Russia's defense spending is classified, meaning...
And I think that 16.8 trillion rubles is around 200... I want to say it's like $190 billion. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, look it up in ChatGPT or whatever, but that's what I remember when I ran these numbers earlier today.
That we may never know the true costs of the war. The Kremlin also has the authority to increase military funding at any time, as and when Putin decides, and the very fact that such an enormous amount has been allocated to defense spending demonstrates quite clearly that the Russian president is not interested in peace talks or ceasefire agreements. Russia is all in on this war, committed to the long haul. And
okay, I'm going to rewind that part in case you missed that. And what they're saying is that the numbers don't lie, guys. They're saying the numbers don't lie. Okay, Russia feeds war but starves its people. Think about this. Does this match up with what Mearsheimer's saying, okay? So I'm going to ask you guys a question in the poll. Is Putin actually interested in peace? Or is it just full of shit? Look at the numbers, don't lie. This is a war machine. Okay, I've told you before, he rides the tiger. Dictators ride the tiger. If he gets off the people, the country is the tiger. The dictator rides the tiger. If he gets off, the tiger's going to eat it. He will be killed. He will disappear. They will overthrow him, and his oligarchs will kill him. His oligarch supporters who put him in power in the first place, who he now has terrified, right? Don't think for a minute that they won't turn on him. The military, he's concerned about. The military could turn on him. Okay, he's got it. Those are his constituents, really, the military. So if they lose all these million people and they don't have anything to show for it, you don't think when they conquer Ukraine that there's a whole hell of a lot of corruption going to happen? Come on. Come on. They're going to conquer Ukraine, and what they're going to do is be like, okay, and now, Yuri, you get this timber field, you know, so-and-so, Alexei, you're getting this great factory, you're getting this thing, you're going to get to have corruption over this area, okay? The Russian oligarchs and the generals are going to make money. Spoils of war. Why? I mean, come on. This is what it's all about for these guys. That's why they're fighting so crazy. This is like ancient Rome, right? They're going to cut out their own estates out of these places and be the governor of so-and-so, this and that, right? The pipeline czar of this. And so they have a lot to gain. Why else would you do this if not for self-interest, right? Why else would you kill all the people? Putin can't. He's riding the tiger, right? If he loses, he loses. He's dead. But if he wins, he's a bigger hero and he's like an emperor now. Even bigger, even better. For life. He'll cement his legacy. And then why not wage perpetual war? I don't know. All these different ideas. So let's listen to this. But the numbers don't lie. All right, and I'm putting a little poll in there. I put the poll in there. Is Putin actually interested in peace? 5 votes saying no, 1 saying yes. I really want you guys to vote on this stuff. If you're watching right now, jump in the chat on the poll and vote, because I really want to know, do you think Putin is actually interested in peace? Again, Professor Mearsheimer says no. Okay? This report, this economic report, seems to be saying no. Let's watch some more, okay? We want to know, we want to actually know what's going on instead of just, flicking on CNN and Fox and be like, oh, okay, I guess this is what's happening. They're talking. What we need to know as the people, we need to know what the hell's going on. This is what we're trying to do right now. Here we go.
As and when Putin decides, and the very fact that such an enormous amount has been allocated to defense spending demonstrates quite clearly that the Russian president is not interested in peace talks or ceasefire agreements. Russia is all in on this war, committed to the long haul and ready to keep on spending whatever it takes until it achieves its objectives. The Russian people, meanwhile, are being dragged along for the ride, whether they like it or not. And the costs of the war are really starting to hit home for many of them. Indeed, as the country prepares to celebrate New Year, the most festive occasion on the Russian calendar, data shows that an increasing amount of Russian citizens are tightening the purse strings and seeking to save money wherever and however they can. This news comes directly from the Foreign Intelligence Service of Ukraine, or FISU, one of the country's leading intelligence agencies. In a December 21st report, FISU officials explain, preparations for the New Year celebrations in Russia are taking place against the background of a noticeable decline in consumer activity. There is a general trend toward austerity. The Russians are increasingly refusing to make unnecessary purchases and are limiting themselves to a minimum set of goods and services. The average budget for the 2026 celebrations is about 14,000 rubles, which is almost half of what was planned to be spent in 2025. This certainly isn't normal. New Year is to Russia what Christmas is to the United States. It's a time of year when almost all people, regardless of their wealth or social status, indulge in their favorite things, buying and exchanging gifts with one another, preparing large family feasts and splashing their cash on some of the finer things in life, from caviar and smoked salmon to other delicacies and luxuries. But according to the FISU's data, this year is set to be a far leaner and tighter celebration for the majority of Russian households, with many people simply feeling unable to afford the kind of exuberant and indulgent New Year they would usually have planned. The report goes on to explain several core reasons behind this trend, citing rising inflation and increases in the cost of food, housing and utilities and clothing. Data backs this up, with high levels of food inflation.
No, you think so? With massive war going on for 4 years and 1 million people dying? I mean, come on, right? Absolutely crazy. Let me ask you guys too, put it in the chat if you think that there's a huge corruption interest in this war, where you think that, Putin and all his generals and the oligarchs and even all the colonels, everybody, like whoever's in a position of power, they're going to benefit from some type of corrupt benefit, like, land, money, power, position, title. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that corruption has a big part to play with, like, the spoils of war. If you think the spoils of war are also motivating Putin and his army, put that in the chat. How else do you keep pushing after 1 million people are dead and you've only gained 10% more land? You've gained 10% more land since when you invaded. And they just occurred to me just now. You've gained 10% more land than when you invaded. And yet you're still pushing. Put a 1 in the chat. Yeah, 1 already happened. Yeah. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that the spoils of war are motivating the hell out of the Russian military to keep supporting Putin. Why else would they? Why wouldn't they overthrow him? The Wagner Group tried to. The Wagner Group, whatever you want to say, the Wagner Group tried to overthrow him. And guess what? They were killed. The battalion was like sent away, and the leaders of the Wagner Group, after they tried to meet with him, Putin heard about a plot, and I think they blew the plane up. They blew the plane up with the Wagner Group leadership on there. Okay? Wow, interesting. Donated Canadian artillery to Ukraine's fund in Mali. Wow, that's wild. I didn't know that. Okay, so yeah, some of you guys are tracking there, thinking that. But if you're watching right now and you think that, and I'll put it in the chat, I'll put it in the poll so it's a little more anonymous, but I want to see this, okay? What you guys think. And not everybody wants to have their name seen in the chat, but I got some people watching, so let's put this in. So do you think corruption and spoils of war, money, land, etc., motivate the Russian military elite? Okay, let's see, because I don't know. I'm guessing. I haven't heard anything about this yet. I haven't seen a report on it. I haven't seen anybody really talk about it ever. But I'm just thinking, knowing human interests and human motivations, which is something I focus on in my coaching practice, right? What I talk to people about who work with me, the key motivations and core human interests. Okay, we talk about all these things. And this is definitely a big driver for people. Okay, economic prosperity, respect, position, status, growth, to know that you're growing. And if you can grow and you can self-actualize, and while you're serving something greater than yourself, and you have all the spoils of war, economic prosperity, respect, admiration, you name it, then yeah, they're going to keep on pushing for this war. Otherwise, why would you? Why wouldn't you stop? Okay, unless they're afraid of being killed. Yep, more land equals more rubles, yeah. Yeah, corruption always plays a huge role in everything. Yep, you're probably right about that, just some dude. Definitely. All right, let's keep on rolling here. 100%, yeah, a lot of votes, 100%. I appreciate the feedback, everybody. Vote in that poll if you haven't voted yet. All right, let's watch this next one here. Okay, we're going to get onto this next one. Okay, Professor Mearsheimer. Okay, interestingly enough, do you guys remember I was talking about the rise of Germany? All right, if you're just joining us now, we're taking a big tour over the past Wednesday's live stream and this one. And we're talking about the impact of U.S. national security, the start of World War III, possible start of World War III, how the Epstein Files have decreased our soft power, decreased trust, decreased the ability for us to get popular support for our policies and for our leadership, which is weakening our position in the eyes of the wolves in competitor nation states abroad, which could cause problems for us and lead to more conflict, okay? So we're talking about this, and tonight we deep dive into the national security strategy, and we're talking about how unclear policies on the part of the U.S. could lead to more problems and could lead to aggression by like Russia and China, the DPRK, North Korea, you name it, any bad actors, Iran, okay, where we've said that we're not going to be interventionists. We're not going to be intervening in other people's affairs. We're not going to waste blood and treasure to stop people, medium-sized powers from rising up. All these things are in the national security strategy. We talked about that. Right now we're talking about current events that are matched up to what we discussed in the national security strategy. We're about to hit the Epstein Files pretty soon here, the latest parts of it, and how this impacts our ability to get popular support and trust at home. Domestic popular support is true political power. If you don't have that, you can't get anything done. It's just how it is. You lose power, you lose credibility, and overseas you're looked at as weak. And they know that you won't have the national will, the political will to go to war or to stop someone from an economic takeover. You just won't. So if you don't have political support at home and popular support, you're pretty much dead meat. You're dead in the water, okay? And that's what we're talking about. So let's check this out. I talked about, though, amongst all this, the rise of Germany, the re-rise, okay? How Germany has been called upon to be strong again by President Trump and the administration saying, Europe, you do it. We're not doing it anymore. Russia's at the doorstep. Russia could possibly start a war with NATO. Russia could possibly invade a lot of places. Germany's feeling threatened. And also Germany has huge problems with migration at home. Big issues. Lots of pressure, lots of stress. What's happening is that the far right is rising again in Germany. Crazy stuff. Germany has started, the first time in decades, in 50 years, deployed a unit to support against Russia, right? Not into Ukraine, but I think Lithuania. And so now we're going to hear a report, actually in Russian, from Russia, about Germany. That the Russians are concerned about Germany. Okay? So it's not just me, Ben, making stuff up. Other people, the Russians, are taking notice. Because guess who doesn't want to see a resurgent Germany, a rising Germany? Definitely not Russia, I'll tell you that much. Okay? Let's check this out.
There are indeed some problems. These problems are quite obvious, and with maniacal persistence, literally tone them and make no secret of it. We strongly advise citizens of our nation to avoid all travel to Germany unless it is absolutely essential. These relevant recommendations have been published on the official resources of the ministry and its overseas institutions. This could also be useful for members of the journalistic corps who are being dispatched to Germany, because there are indeed some problems. These problems are quite obvious. And the question for the German authorities is, will they address their own problems, or do they genuinely believe that everything is perfectly normal? I'd like to remind you that in Germany's history, there have already been moments when this kind of, this very overt nationalist manifestation was perceived by the authorities of that country.
Okay, do you guys already hear what she's saying? I would like to remind the Germans and the German authorities that there was a point in time when this type of nationalistic sentiment in Germany was a problem, right? Basically what she's saying. So they're pointing back to the time in World War II, the Nazi era. No doubt about it. We all know that, okay? But the thing is this. The Russians obviously see it because this probably is scary for them, honestly. Because I don't care what you say. You haven't taken that culture out of the Germans, okay? I'm going to stop. I'm going to bring comment back in a second. Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat here. Put a 1 if you've been to Germany. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been to Germany. Give me a 1 in the chat if you've been out to Germany. Okay? Just give me a little 1. Give me a little 1. Nothing much. Give me a 1 in the chat. Then you guys seen Jojo Rabbit? It's a crazy movie, man. Give me a 1. Give me just a little 1. Just give me a little 1. Give me a little 1. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been to Germany. Okay? All right, awesome. Good. Okay, keep it coming. Keep the 1s coming if you've been there. So, okay, no, the Diamond Dog, you have it. So, if you've been to Germany, you know, if you go in the small towns, you are going to find a war shrine. Yes, you will. You will find a war shrine. And the war shrine, and people would say, Ben, this is quite normal. Ben, this would be normal. You're going to find a war shrine to members of the Wehrmacht that were lost. Okay? They won't have this on the main street. No, no, no. They will not have this on the main street, my friends. You will not see these, not on the main street. But you will see it celebrated with flowers, with people still remembering the war dead and people that died. Obviously, I know these are family members, but they are wearing their German SS uniforms and their Wehrmacht uniforms. Okay? I'm going to tell you something. As late as, I've heard stories as late as in the 2000s, stories of people who were in the 1990s, 50 years later, and the 2000s, who said Hitler had it right. So, Ben, are you crazy? Oh, come on, sensationalism. No, it's not. These are stories, all right? And so what I'm saying is that, you know, what I'm saying is that we have not destroyed completely that warlike culture, which was the mission that was assigned to the military, okay, during World War II. We have to completely destroy the warlike cultures of Germany and Japan. That's what they did. They caused so much destruction. That was the mission, to completely destroy the warlike cultures. I'm telling you, there are a lot of people that still think that they didn't see it the way the rest of the world saw it. All the shame that was put on them. They saw it as they were fighting for Europe. That's what they saw. They were fighting against this crazy monstrosity of Stalin in Russia, okay? And that they were right. That's what they thought. Now, obviously, the genocide's absolutely nuts, okay? But they don't talk about that. I don't talk about that. They're fighting against Russia. And they're like, look, you don't think right now grandparents are saying, see? Young Hans, go get in the military. Go join. You're a great German boy. Good job. Join that military and go. We were right. Here they are. He was right. Who's he? The one that shall not be named, right? Voldemort. The one that shall not be named. Begins with a big old H. Because I don't know if they'll ban my video if I start talking about all this stuff. But that's what I'm saying. This is not a joke. And you guys that are in Europe, I know the Diamond Dog, you are. History has deep roots there. The United States would go back, a little ways. But if we start talking about the Civil War on the East Coast, if you're a West Coaster, forget it. If you're on the East Coast and you're talking about Civil War, you only need to drive. I live in Virginia. You drive around, you see Civil War stuff. Statues of Robert E. Lee that maybe have been taken down now, but I mean, this is for real. People in the South still think the South was right, okay? At least they did, 20, 30 years ago. Maybe today too. So what I'm saying is that I think all they need is a little spark. I'm just going to say it. And if you've seen Jojo Rabbit, you know what I'm talking about. Just give me just a little one. No, I'm not feeling it. Just a little one. And he gets Jojo Rabbit going crazy. I think they need a little Jojo Rabbit spark. And if you've seen Jojo Rabbit, put it in the chat. Just give me a fire symbol if you've seen Jojo Rabbit, the movie. Give me a fire symbol so I know who I'm dealing with here. Put a fire symbol in the chat if you've seen Jojo Rabbit. And Doc, we'll talk about it in a second. But what I'm saying to you is this. Germany needs a simple spark. And people can call me, I'm crazy. I don't care. I'm telling you, I've been watching this my whole adult life, studying about it, looking at World War II, looking at the ideologies, been there. I think the vast majority of Germans, obviously the youth, don't want any of this. But when you're threatened and you're under pressure and you have to for national survival because Russia's right on the other side causing a threat, I just think that you've seen Jojo Rabbit Disruptive Applications. Awesome. You got to see the movie, Diamond Dog. You guys got to see Jojo Rabbit. But I think they need a little spark. And the little spark is here. So let's listen some more to this video with this Russian foreign ministry person saying this. But I'm going to tell you, I think the Russians, there's no love lost for the Germans. Let's just be honest. And yeah, it was a long time ago. Sure, right? Yeah, it was. It was a long time ago. But are you kidding me? That much devastation that happened in Russia, 1 million lost in Stalingrad, 1 million lost in these different battles. The Russians lost 20 million dead in the war against Germany. And then the Germans lost everything in the war against Russia, right? The Russians came in there, stomped on Berlin. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on. I think there's too much history there. I don't think there's enough healing that's been done. I'll be honest with you. That's me.
Country as a certain new norm was perceived by this very overt nationalist manifestation was perceived by the authorities of that country as a certain new normal. This ultimately led to a global catastrophe. We observed that in Germany, the previously and repeatedly occurring unwarranted persecution of Russian citizens and compatriots by representatives of the authorities continues, under the pretext of enforcing European Union restrictions on the export from the Federal Republic of Germany of sanctioned goods and so-called sanctioned items. As is known, these include, among other things, personal items acquired as a single unit for one's own needs or for gifts. Should such items be identified, German authorities reserve the right to confiscate and even detain.
Okay, so you can see that there in the bottom strip, right? It says that Moscow slams Berlin over airport abuse. Okay, and what she's saying, what she said here is that basically this is the way Nazi Germany started. It started with things like this, okay, with customs and with, you know, issues of arresting people, harassing people, and then it had so much national sentiment that she said it ended up in a global catastrophe. Okay, so, you know, then there's all this. We got this going for us, right? We got this one going for us too. Pretty nice, great, fantastic. All right, so now we are moving on. We are moving on, my friends, to Venezuela. Got a lot to talk about. All right, we're going to Venezuela, and then we're going to hit Epstein. Okay, we're going to talk about the latest greatest with the Epstein Files, what you've been waiting for, that too, and how U.S. soft power has been damaged by the latest drop of the Epstein Files. Okay? Yep. Crazy stuff. So let's check this out. Moving on to Venezuela. Let me see what we had in our last poll. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Super Simon's a great question. That would say everything, right? Because then it would all be for show. We're mad at you. We're not mad at you. But this goes back into what we talked about, our NATO versus EU hats, right? In the beginning of the show, Super Slam, we were talking about how, you know, when you're dealing with NATO countries, they have the NATO hat that they want to support defense. And then they say, wait a second, oh, economics and, you know, border policy, things like that. EU hat, I'm putting the EU hat on, and we don't care so much. It's all fine. So Super Slam, that might be a very good point about, or a good example of the NATO hat versus the EU, the European Union hat. Okay. All right, let's check this out. We're going right into Venezuela. Definitely there's a buildup happening right here, buildup in Puerto Rico. Let's check this out. U.S. military buildup starting in Venezuela. U.S. military buildup spotted in Puerto Rico, Roosevelt Roads, an old base that used to be pretty much shut down. I think maintained in case we needed it, but we're using it now. Forward strategic base. Okay, and again, we don't know the total credibility of, you know, what we're seeing here, but the bottom line is that there is a buildup down in Roosevelt Roads. Okay, it looks like a good amount of airplanes, aircraft, things like that. And it makes sense. You know, it makes sense. It's a forward operating base for all these things going on. Let's hit this next video really fast, and we're going to talk Venezuela. Okay, and we talked about this in the national security strategy. Why does this matter? Well, for everybody just joining us now, I'm going to pull up the national security strategy really quickly. We talked about this a lot early on in the beginning, but I'm going to pull this up for everyone right now. And we're going to go back to this first part that talks about the regions that are most important. You can see here some of the principles, right? Some of the principles in question, just to catch up people who are just joining us right now. But, you know, flexible realism, non-interventionism. This is a big deal. This wasn't, you know, something that was before in U.S. policy. Sovereignty and respect, balance of power. This sounds more like a Russian national security strategy than it does an American one. Balance of power is something that's realpolitik. that's practiced by Russia, China, okay? Non-interventionist, competent, era of mass migration's over. And then burden shifting, burden sharing. That's something that's a message to NATO, to share the burden. Realignment through peace, balanced trade. And what's not coming up just yet, though, is the focus that the United States is not the world police, okay? The United States is not going to uphold the global order anymore. And the U.S. does not seek to be the global superpower anymore either, okay? It plainly states that, but we're not going to get into it right now. We talked about it earlier. The regions. What's number one, which it hasn't been ever in a long time, in 8 administrations, from what it actually says in here. So for probably anywhere from 24 to 32 years, it's always been China. Now it's Western Hemisphere. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, just to catch everyone up, okay? After years of neglect, the United States will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and to protect our homeland and our access to key geographies throughout the region. We will deny non-hemispheric competitors the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities or to own or control strategically vital assets in our own hemisphere. This sums it up, okay? If anyone's wondering what we're doing in Venezuela, this is it. Number one concern, number one region, the Western Hemisphere, okay? It's the old Monroe Doctrine from 1823, I believe. It's now the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Again, what it says here, we will deny, okay? And I'm going to get this so you guys can see me here. We will deny non-hemispheric competitors, Russia, China, Iran, they're not in the Western Hemisphere, the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities, okay, you name it, or to own or control strategically vital assets, oil, okay, in our hemisphere. Okay, this is a common sense and potent restoration of American power and priorities consistent with American security interests. All right, so why is Venezuela important? There are lots of reasons, but this is the reason. Now it's spelled out. It's really spelled out, okay? Let's listen from General Jack Keane as we talk about ramping up what's going on in Venezuela. And we're on a Ben marathon, the Benathon, okay? Let's check out what he has to say here. There we go.
Is yes, regime change is certainly on the table here. Narco trafficking at sea is being stopped. That's for sure. Secondly, we're walking up the escalation ladder, Mike, in terms of trying to cut off a major revenue source, oil, from selected ships coming out with oil on board and other ships being prevented from going in. That is shutting down a significant amount of oil that ships that would be coming to Venezuela to pick up oil. They're just not coming because of what is happening here. So this is demonstrating, I think, patience on the part of the administration, but also persistence here, and squeeze Maduro, and particularly the people around him, because they're keeping him in power, and they're going to be saying to themselves, is it worth it to put up with Maduro and doing this? That is where we are. The president and his team have other instruments that they can do to squeeze him even further, and we're gradually walking up this escalation ladder, as I mentioned.
Okay, to Syria, where President Trump ordered a forceful response after the ambush of U.S. soldiers. Let's play the president. I'll get your response.
Okay. So we're walking up the escalation ladder. That's what he's saying, okay? So as I know people asked before, is this an act of war? And definitely walking up the escalation ladder, okay? So let's watch this next one. We got another one here. Now, this is interesting, okay? It says that Iran has seized an oil tanker, a U.S. oil tanker, Okay. Is it a U.S. oil tanker? It says it seizes an oil tanker after U.S. piracy in Venezuela. Let's see what they have to say here. I found this very interesting. Let's see.
A new flashpoint is unfolding in the world's most volatile energy corridor. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has seized an oil tanker in the Persian Gulf, carrying millions of liters of fuel and crewed entirely by foreign nationals. Iranian state TV says the IRGC boarded the ship as it was leaving Iran's waters, though authorities have not disclosed its flag or destination. This comes as U.S.-Venezuela maritime tensions rise in the Caribbean, while Iran reports new interdictions in Gulf waters. Analysts say tanker actions are increasingly being viewed through a bigger power politics lens: sanctions, energy, and control at sea. According to Iranian state media, the seized tanker was carrying millions of liters of fuel when it was intercepted. The crew was described as entirely foreign nationals, though Iran has not disclosed their nationalities or the number of crew members detained. This detail is significant. The seizure of foreign nationals raises potential diplomatic complications, depending on which country's citizens are involved. Iran has not released images of the vessel or provided details about where it is being held. The lack of information.
Okay, so again, going back to the confusion about what's okay, what's not okay. You know, if the U.S. is doing it, why can't we do it? I think that's what's going on right here. I think it's, a lot of that. It doesn't seem that it is a U.S. tanker. I could be mistaken on that. I think I was mistaken that it was just a tanker that they captured, but it wasn't a U.S. tanker. And so the question is this, I think the question is this part of that U.S. won't intervene in everything? And if we're doing it, again, regional powers deal with regional things and rights of sovereignty and a nation determination. So is this piracy? I mean, if the U.S. is doing it and Iran says they need to do it for their interests, what's the U.S. going to do about it? Okay. So again, you run into these questions where, based upon what our stated strategy is and our stated beliefs, right, and our interests, are we going to embolden countries like this to start doing more things? So guys, I'm going to start a Q&A in here. Any questions you have, ask me a question and I will answer it. We'll put this in the Q&A section. All right. And so there's a lot to be considered here. All right. And so now what we're going to get into now is, how does this all tie together for U.S. soft power? And soft power, okay, means our influence, our cultural influence, our credibility, the belief that other countries have in us, in our word. Well, I'll tell you what, it starts at home. If our own people don't believe in our leadership, we don't have credibility, we can't get popular support, there's not a lot you can get done. Okay, you can't get a lot done at all. I'm telling you that right now. And so here's where we're going to go into the Epstein Files now. This is why the Epstein Files matter, tied into the national security strategy, tied into U.S. power, our ability to get things done, to safeguard our borders, to safeguard our interests, all those things. You got to have strong, credible leadership with high degrees of trust. Remember, with Vietnam, we had the whole Nixon thing happen, right? It disillusioned a whole generation, all right? Caused a lot of problems. Everyone started to doubt what the government said, what authorities said. It didn't mean the same thing anymore. This is why it matters, okay? So I'm not doing this as sensationalism. I'm not doing this to get all the salacious details. I'm doing this in terms of our country and what people believe, and more broadly, more deeply, for what I do in my business with helping leaders to grow, okay? So if you're a leader, understand the impact of your personal conduct, your personal life, okay? And your ability for people to listen to you and for you to influence the future, all right? So, I mean, it matters. It matters so much. So let's watch this first video. But let me ask you guys this, all right? I'm going to ask me a question, but I'm going to start a little poll here. If you don't have any questions, start a little poll. Is it getting worse for the Trump administration with Epstein Files. Or better. No, so it's worse. So is it getting worse for the Trump administration right now with the Epstein Files? Because this is something, right, that's developing. So is it getting worse or is it starting to get cleared up? Are we starting to see a clearer picture or is it just getting worse? I mean, they just dumped another 1 million files. They're saying another 1 million files, right, are coming out. So, yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. All right, here we go. Let's watch this first one. Let's see what's going on here. All right, here we go. Now, I want to qualify this, okay? I'm not doing this to slam more on this, but this guy has some good points and some things he's saying. And I want to show that this is what's going on virally, as you guys know. This is infecting everyone's minds. Everyone's thinking about this. To think that we have an administration that is as powerful and as strong as it was 6 months ago or when the election happened is ludicrous, okay? This has become an all-consuming thing. Honestly, to get attention away from it, you might have to bomb somebody. You might have to launch some missiles at people killing Christians in Nigeria, for example, okay? I'm just saying, right? I know it's very cynical, right? All that stuff, yes. But Machiavellian, and it's true, it's worked in the past. And oh, yes, by the way, we still want to do that, as I talked about earlier. But this is also probably, you know, not a bad idea to get attention away from this thing. All right, let's go. Let's watch this. Here we go.
Trump also loves to touch the young newborn.
All right, here we go.
Not only have we seen that letter from Jeffrey Epstein to Larry Nassar saying that Donald Trump is one of us, Donald Trump also loves to touch the young nubile girls. He's one of us. Not only have we seen that, there's also now a letter or an FBI intake form where someone is reporting that Donald Trump was present when a baby was thrown overboard in Lake Michigan, I believe. We're going to get to that and read it. But there's some scary shit that we're uncovering here. And this is why Donald Trump has been fighting hope against hope, fight against fight, effort against effort to keep these files from the public, because he does not want to be outed as the ghoulish abuser, some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. And look, there's a faction of people out there that think that this particular document is too far-fetched. Oh, come on, people. You don't believe that, do you? Why would you not? With all of the other evidence that we've seen, the birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein, that here's to another year of wonderful secrets, Jeffrey. Enigmas are ageless, Jeffrey. You're my best friend, child rapist. Why would we start picking and choosing?
All right. So, again, my point in bringing this part up and bringing this up is less about, like, you know, running back and forth over Trump and, you know, because all the details are out there. Everybody's covering this. There's so much information on it, right? My point is, this is what's out there. This is what's being covered. This is what's being talked about. I didn't even heard the baby thing until today, okay? Is it true? It's kind of like you said, why wouldn't you believe it? But what did that mean? The baby was thrown overboard by mistake? What does it mean? We don't know. And then but you hear then the exaggeration, some of the most ghoulish, heinous crimes. Well, I don't know. I think about ISIS in Iraq, putting people in cages and burning them alive. That's pretty heinous. Some of the murder, intimidation, and torture cells that we went after in Iraq or in other places, those are pretty heinous, okay? So, you know, there tends to be there's nothing that links him to a direct crime right now. I just want to say that we know of, okay? So all this stuff's out there. He knew a lot. Was he around a lot of weird stuff and weird people? Yeah, for sure. Okay. And more will come out, and I'm sure we're going to find out all kinds of bad stuff. My point right now is, though, is this an effective administration? I want to ask you guys, right now, okay? So put this in the chat, put a 1 if we still have an effective administration, okay, right now, or we'll put a 0 if we do not have an effective administration right now. Because of this, so put a 1 if in the chat we have an effective administration right now, vis-a-vis the Epstein Files, okay, and what this guy's saying and the credibility and trust, and put a 0 in the chat if you don't think we have an effective administration right now, okay? I just want to get the take. I want to get the take from you guys on this. Hey, Georgia Joe, what's happening? What's good, brother? It is sickening. Great to have you here. Yep, 0. No, I didn't see that, Georgia Joe. Not yet, man. I'm sure it's interesting. And guys, don't forget to like. Please like it. If you haven't liked the live stream yet, please like. It's going to help out the channel. Don't forget to subscribe. If you aren't subscribed yet, please subscribe. It's going to help out the channel as well, too, if you're watching this on replay or you're live with me right now. And if you are not subscribed, it will definitely help. I'd appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything. And just a reminder, I do have the YouTube membership. I'd love to have you guys join my YouTube membership. I'm going to be putting some exclusive content in there very soon. And then if you're interested in my Ferocious Optimist coaching membership and coaching program and community, the link is in my YouTube bio. I normally will take you guys through that. I'll probably do that in a little bit while to show you how to get there through my YouTube bio. Click on the links. It'll show you everything. There's a video you can watch about it, but it's a fantastic program. All right, so we got a lot of zeros. It's not an effective administration right now. I can't call it, Ben. I want to say it, but I don't have it all. Yeah, I hear you, Doc. I bet it will, Georgia Joe, for sure. Same there. Okay, Mark, got it. Okay, understand. Let's keep on going. Let's watch a little bit more of this. He's very sensational, right? He's very sensational, and but he's got information for sure. He's got some information there that is brought up in a very, again, a very sensational way. But let's watch him for a minute. Here we go.
Choosing and cherry picking what we believe to be true or not. The more that we see, the more fantastical yet believable some of these things we're seeing are. Let's start. Let me reacquaint you with this particular letter from Jeffrey Epstein to a convicted abuser of many, many, many girls under his authority while he was a doctor at USC working for the Olympic team. This is what Jeffrey Epstein wrote. Dear LN, Larry Nassar, as you know by now, I have taken the short route home. I don't know if that means he's going to kill himself. Who knows? It's very cryptic. I've taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing in common. I believe he means you and me. You, Larry Nassar, me, Jeffrey Epstein. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies, and we hope they reach their full potential. Our president, meaning Donald Trump, also shares our love of young, nubile girls. Girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair for us child rapists. Oh, how unfair. Life is unfair is yours, Jeffrey Epstein, the now dead, thankfully, Jeffrey Epstein. So the Department of Justice Twitter account tweeted this just to assure you that this particular thing that was found in the Epstein files in the possession of the Department of Justice, oh, that thing, that's fake, y'all. We provided a bunch of fake news in this data dump. This is what they said. The FBI has confirmed this alleged letter from Jeffrey Epstein to Larry Nassar is fake, in all caps. The fake letter was received by the jail and flagged for the FBI at the time. The FBI made this conclusion based on the following facts. The writing does not appear to match Jeffrey Epstein's. The letter was postmarked 3 days after Epstein's death out of Northern Virginia when he was jailed in New York. The return address did not list the jail where Epstein was held and did not include his inmate number, which is required for outgoing mail. This fake letter serves as a reminder that just because a document is released by the Department of Justice does not make the allegations or claims within the document factual. Nevertheless, the DOJ will continue to release all material required by law, except you haven't. Except they haven't. They have not followed the law.
So it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy, a lot of the stuff, you know, and everything he's saying, it's nutty. It's nutty because he's showing how they're saying that it's fake. And actually what's come out recently is that the White House is writing those opinions for the DOJ. The White House is writing those things you just see that's coming out of the White House. That's what I heard. Okay. So the plot thickens, and it's very sensational, very crazy. But again, you know, is trust up? Is trust up or not? You know, it's definitely not from that. Let's watch this next one. Okay, I want to get through some of this stuff because I think it's relevant and it's important that we get to this. All right, here we go. Let's watch this.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. On this Christmas Day, we have a new post from President Trump on Truth Social, this time addressing the Epstein investigation. This is it right here, a lengthy post. We're going to read this out for you. So President Trump says, "Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth, only to drop him like a dog when things got too hot. Falsely claimed they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person, and then blame, of course, President Donald J. Trump, who was actually the one who did drop Epstein, and long before it became fashionable to do so. When their names get brought out in the ongoing radical left witch hunt, plus one lowlife Republican, Massey, and it is revealed that they are Democrats all, there will be a lot of explaining to do, much like there was when it was made public that..."
All right, wait, I gotta stop this. I gotta stop this really fast. All right, I need to know from the chat. We got such a smart chat here. I gotta know, do you guys think this is a witch hunt? Do you think this is a witch hunt? Is this a witch hunt? Are the Epstein Files a witch hunt? This is a witch hunt. I want to know what you guys think. I'm going to put this in a poll. I mean, it just seems like now it's a witch hunt, when before it was like, yeah, we'll release everything. Yeah, of course. Knowing that it probably never would come out. But is this a witch hunt? Crusader says witch hunt. And so when we say it's a witch hunt, meaning, is there credible evidence that there's really someone has done something wrong here? And we say it's a witch hunt, meaning going back to the Salem witch trials, where they were trying to prove that people were witches and they weren't witches. And they would have these crazy tests where if she dies by drowning, she wasn't a witch. And if she floats, she's a witch. Can you imagine? Okay. Can you imagine this? The Salem witch trials, right? Let's think about that. Okay. If we put a belt of iron around her, or make her carry these weights, and she sinks to the bottom and dies, she wasn't a witch. But if she floats and she lives, then she, or whatever, right? They throw her in the river with her clothes on, and if she sinks, she dies, she's not a witch, she's innocent. She lives, she's a witch, and they burn her with the stake. And then, what some of the other crazy things they said. I don't know, but it was stuff that was like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And so that's what I mean by a witch hunt, in case, the reference escapes some people. But Crusader, and that's what I mean by a witch hunt. But if you think it's a witch hunt, it means that nothing happened. There's nothing wrong, nothing happened, and it's fake. And they're investigating this just to cause a problem. which is cool. And if you think that's it, then that's definitely a witch hunt. And you know, I think it's probably not a witch hunt. I don't think so right now. I don't think so. If you asked me this 6 months ago for President Trump, I probably would have thought, yeah, I would have thought that maybe other people are going to get in trouble, but not him. He's not going to be in there. Or if he is in there, so what? I would have thought it would have all have come out by now because he's been investigated so much, he's been in trouble so much, all these things like that. But turns out they didn't want to release them for a reason. So we shall see. We shall see. But definitely he knew more than was let on. He was on his airplane, the Lolita Express airplane, you know, 8 or 10 times, something crazy, during the time that the investigation for Ghislaine Maxwell was going on as well. All right. So it's absolutely just nutty. Nutty stuff. So and so this is why we're covering what we're covering, right? There's important stuff here. Okay. And again, it goes back to our national power, our country, the ability to get stuff done. People are out of jobs, the economy's, you know, things are expensive, everything's so damn expensive. You know, we got potential wars about to kick off, World War III could kick off, and yet, you know, the emperor's got no clothes on, right? Quite possibly. And there's a big problem, right? There's a big problem at home. People don't trust, they don't believe, they don't think you have an effective administration. Okay? How can we correct this? How can we correct it? Only through transparency, I think, you know? So some people say yes, okay. Some people believe that it is a witch hunt. Some 62% say no. Okay. Cool. Crusader says, shouldn't even be talked about. Nothing burger. All right. Got you, man. Proof that something is up isn't all this subterfuge about. Exactly. So what? Got you. Okay. Well, that's your opinion, brother or sister. I'm not sure. But yep. Good to go. And this is why it's cool to be in this chat, because we don't go attacking people with other opinions. We just, you know, we're going to learn together, because someone's perspective might change the way you think. It might make you better in some ways, right? So that's what's cool about having a good chat with good discussion and good opinions, and, you know, people can offer up their opinions. So do you think the raiders who perished in Tulugi cared more about the president's indiscretions or their lives? Our America. You know, I don't know, Doc, because sometimes I think, I'm not sure, unless the indiscretions were the character that led them to lose their lives. You know what I mean? I think that's why as a leader, character matters. But I will say this, that I still think it's the only problem is this: if he loses the trust of the American people over this, it's going to hurt us on the international stage. It's going to hurt us at home for policy. But is he going to be effective as a president still? He's going to have to build back credibility and build back trust. Again, he's not being accused of anything. There's no smoking gun yet. Definitely some weird stuff here and there, right, with some of these letters and things like that. But there's no, like we said, smoking gun. Okay, so we will find out. We'll find out. But yeah, it's sad for the victims. We'll see. I do think a lot of people are going to get burned. Again, we're talking about President Trump just because he's the one in charge running the country, right? Pretty big deal. But I think there are going to be a lot of other people that get in trouble that are going to come out. No doubt about it, you know. I think that will happen. Again, I think the FBI has a list of like 25 pretty powerful people that they have not released that they're investigating. And so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But for our purposes here tonight, right, we're talking about, you know, how this is all tied together for national power, our national strategy, leadership, what we can learn to improve our own lives and our own leadership, okay? Obviously, your conduct matters a lot. Who you hang around with matters a lot. And then looking at the national security strategy and how this is impacting our ability to get things done domestically and internationally for foreign policy. All right, let's watch this next one here. Let's check this out. All right. Here we go. Now, this is hearing from one of the investigators on the Watergate scandal. Okay, and so I think ex-Watergate prosecutor weighs in. This is a pretty good take as well, that can help, with our perspective. And I do want to say something, that sometimes people have a different perspective than the American cultural perspective, right? Like, if you can imagine President Xi, does he care about any of this? No. Do you think Vladimir Putin cares about any of this? No. Do you think a lot of world leaders care about any of this? No. I can remember Silvio Berlusconi of Italy having parties with Muammar Gaddafi, and they'd have a big tent, and Gaddafi was known to bring like 30 to 100, it was like 50 to 100 young girls between like anywhere from 15 to 19, okay? And he'd bring them. And this is how it went down in his country. No one said a damn thing, okay? So, everywhere is different, perspective is different. And, but, Putin's probably laughing at this. Honestly, she is probably too. This wouldn't even be, this would be like, why are they even talking about this? This is ridiculous, okay? And I've seen some of that in the chat as well. But, the difference for us is that in the United States, right, that this is a law, and he's supposed to be the one, when I say he, officials of the law are supposed to be, supporting the law and representing it. And that's why it matters, okay? So do as I say and not as I do doesn't ever go well as a leader, okay? Okay, let's watch this video. Here we go. This is from the ex-Watergate prosecutor.
They had to know that these were there. There's no excuse for it.
All right. I do want to ask you about the process of going through these documents to make the redactions, which can be a tedious thing. Is it any surprise with the number of years this case has gone on, with the number of victims in this case, that it didn't meet its deadline, that the DOJ was not able to put everything out?
Well, they should have been able to, because they knew who the victims were. It's a matter of just putting a black mark over people who are victims. That was it. There's certainly nothing in there for national security. There's no other really valid reason not to turn over all this information. This should have taken no time at all. They should have been able to do it in that month. They knew where the documents were. This is just a lame excuse.
I do want to ask you, you've gotten bipartisan criticism of how this Pam Bondi has handled this, how her office has handled the release of these files. What do you think it is doing as far as the way people feel towards the DOJ, the public trust?
Oh, I think the public trust is completely dissolved. There is no public trust in the DOJ anymore, whether it's appearing in court before judges or whether it's just what they're doing with the public and telling the public what they have or don't have. I think she's got zero credibility at this point.
And when it comes to how these were put out, you had all of this back and forth where a couple of times the DOJ put documents out, then they rescinded them saying there are some issues here that we need to do some redactions. And they put a hugely redacted where you couldn't see anything, just pages and pages that were darkened. I mean, is this a normal process for putting out information to the public?
Not at all. Even when you do a federal Information Act request, you get things back that are redacted. You saw the Mueller report, that was redacted, but it's just little bits and pieces so that you can't understand something that might relate to personal information or be really confidential on another investigation. There's none of that here. I mean, this is stuff that goes back to 2010 and before, that they should have had ready to produce at the moment that law passed. I mean, this is There's no excuse for any of this.
They were given a month, and there are a lot of documents, but they also had some inference that this was coming because it was discussed over and over and over again, and then Congress finally passed the law. The president signed it. Nick Ackerman, thank you for giving us some insight.
All right. Okay, so he's saying basically that, yeah, they should have had it ready. Yeah, they should have known. But, I mean, when it's not your top priority to release all this stuff, then they're not going to get ready for it. You know what I mean? If the overarching feeling is, yeah, maybe we're not going to release it and we don't know what we're going to release, Very sensitive, big, important stuff, a lot of political pressure, powerful people. I mean, it makes sense. Honestly, it makes kind of sense that now you have 1 million files. That means they've released like what, 400,000 or 500,000 already, and now they have 1 million more they're about to dump. I mean, at some point, it makes sense that they couldn't get through all this stuff. Okay, so a lot to consider here. Again, I appreciate you guys sharing your opinions on this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean they're gonna get it out there. But oh, interesting thing came up. Interesting, very interesting. Have you guys heard that people on TikTok, I guess, discovered that you can go to the Epstein Files? I don't know if you can do it anymore, but when they first released, the Saturday after Friday release, you could take the redacted file, download it, put it into the Adobe PDF reader, and it would take away the redaction. You could read the whole thing. I kid you not. Try it. Go try it. Tell me if I'm right. Okay? But this is no kidding. I saw a video on it, and they were reading the whole thing. And then so-and-so went on the airplane, and they did this. And it was a nothing burger, as someone said. It was nothing, right? It was not a big file that someone was reading. But the fact that they could remove the redaction, because how they redacted it was using Adobe PDF. Okay? Adobe PDF reader. It's wild. Wild stuff. All right. Here we go. We are moving on. And it just might be time for what a lot of you have been waiting for. And if you're new here and you don't know yet, if you're new here, boy, we got something for you. All right. If you're new here and you haven't been here for the end of the Friday show, well, we got a little treat for you. But first of all, please make sure you like this show right now, like the video, like the live stream, please. It helps me out, helps the channel out. Also subscribe. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because that way you'll get notices when notification when I do my crazy all of a sudden Saturday night 10 p.m. I go live. And share. Please share as well too. And after I post it, comment and give me some feedback, whatever like that. It's great. I'd appreciate it. It'd be awesome. And again, yeah, I'd appreciate all that. And just like, comment, and share, subscribe, all those things. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And as always, check out my coaching membership and community in my bio. Okay, it's in the YouTube bio. Check that out. Click on the link for the coaching membership. Absolutely awesome. Normally I will run a whole video on it on this one, but this one tonight I did not do it. So go ahead and check it out. The link is in my bio. You can check out my Ferocious Optimist coaching membership and community. Absolutely awesome. I'd love to have you guys there. I also have my YouTube membership. Would love to see you join the YouTube membership as well too. Very accessible option for you. It'd be great to have you guys. Anyways, I appreciate all of you guys being here with me tonight. So awesome. I appreciate you participating. I really appreciate your candor and you sharing and giving your opinions. And we all learn together and grow together. And I appreciate you guys letting me do what I love. And now it is that time where we are going to go into the leadership lessons of South Park. If you haven't been here before, it's a total shifting gears of what we're doing. But let's check out this very first episode. You made it this far and you're being rewarded. We're going to end this night on a laugh. So enjoy. We're going to have some fun right now. All right. But still very valuable leadership lessons, as you will see. Okay. I just have to find the videos. And here we go. All right. These are actually the top 5. You too, George. Appreciate it, Georgia. Joe, Georgia. I appreciate it. These are the top 5 videos that have been banned across the world. South Park videos that are banned in the world. Here we go.
5 South Park episodes that are banned in other countries. Number 1, the episode Rainforest Schmainforest, which got banned in Costa Rica because of the way it depicted the country. Number 2, the episode Christmas Snow got banned in Italy because of the way they depicted abuse. Number 3, the South Park movie Bigger, Longer, and Uncut got banned in Iraq because of the way they portrayed the then leader Saddam Hussein. Number 4, the episode Chin Pokemon got banned in Japan for talking about
it just kills me that actually that it got banned in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was in power. nuts. I never even thought about that he actually probably saw that, or someone saw that and said, don't let the great leaders see this. Oh my God. All right, let's go.
Pearl Harbor. Number 5, the episode Banned in China actually got banned in China for showing Chinese living conditions. 5 South Park episodes that are banned.
All right. That's the first one. All right, let's go on to this next one. Actually, we'll have maybe some leadership lessons in this one. Maybe not. We shall see. Here we go. Let's see this next one. Oh, this is a good one here. Okay. Here we go. Definitely have something here. Now, I haven't seen this one. Okay, I just give that warning. I haven't seen this one, so I don't know what's going to come up, but it's Vladimir Putin dances to 2 tribes. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
Давай, американцы взяли город на Defcon 3. Defcon 3? Мы должны показать ей это